The attributes of the man that I deserve is a communicative man, understanding, patient, spiritual, and a leader.
But I think I kind of want to ask, can women even handle the rejection if they had to approach men?
I did. I handled it pretty well because I got rejected in the end.
But if you are confident enough to go up to the man and approach him, then you should be confident enough to take the rejection. Yeah, so I definitely don't want to be rejected by no
Do
man.
women have game?
A lot of women actually do have game to the point where, because we don't put it out front and we don't let you know what we're doing, you don't see it.
Bro, do women have game?
Only certain women have game.
In states like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, there can be successful all black communities around these racist ass white people.
Who's to say that the whites are racist in the first place? I don't think that you've experienced racism in your life.
If that's your opinion, we'll be able to be billionaires, have Maseratis, all this shit. I said that, right? What the fuck does that have to do with me really experiencing racism?
There's no woman on this earth more beautiful than a black woman.
Like, we come in different complexions, even our hair texture. I mean, like the bone structure, like that's just so like dope. Like, black people are just so dope, and we're like multifaceted. All the talents that we have, like nobody's better.
First, Tyler Perry can go eat a bag of them.
Women, don't miss your blessing because he makes less than you.
You wouldn't date no man that could only pay the light bill? Everything else is perfect. He can only pay the light bill. You wouldn't date no man like that? All the ladies? Love, Dana, Q, none of y'all?
No.
And they should.
How difficult is it dating modern women?
I'm not going to say it's difficult. And you can take it how you want. But I don't think I've never had a problem getting women. It's about just finding the one that's compatible to take it to that next level.
Do you have fuck nigga tendencies?
Absolutely, we all got them.
True or false? Your value is objective based on standards set by society. Intrinsic value only matters to you.
All right, so break that down. I'm a little slow.
Wow.
But if you know you dumb, then aren't you acknowledging that value isn't subjective?
But I'll say, for the most, I say no.
And I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone.
Those that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like come
How
on.
did I disrespect HBCU?
So you gotta
No, you have to explain.
Wait. So
How
you
did I
got a
disrespect
degree.
HBCU?
You went to a HBCU. You got a degree. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I misspoke. Pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7 to 1.
So my thing is, with you feeling like you're not agreeable, is it because you haven't come across somebody that you can actually agree with that would be on the same page as you?
No, what I'm saying is I should be allowed to express my opinion.
So if he wanted to invest in something, which is like, say, a gamble, and it's your mortgage, would you agree with that?
That's why I said something that's not detrimental.
Oh, okay. So that would be detrimental. Okay.
Right. Could be missing a tooth. She's smiling at you. Even the lowest of the low whites.
Because she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Hold on, let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me off.
Well, we're on a podcast, and we're going to talk. So we're not going to gas.
Let him finish.
Let me finish.
I just wanted some clarity on a few things, and we having our picnic. Spring is here, so we're gonna make that happen.
Like I said, B, I'll get back to you.
I want answers.
Other outside is human. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping. So who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yeah, coach, I'm live right now. Hey, I'm trying to fix this mic. Let me know. Is it buzzing still? Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if the mic sounds good or if I got some type of feedback or that buzzing sound. Let me know before I get started, man. Hit the like button. I'm good. Put a 1 in the chat if I'm good. I'm good. Strada was good, kid. All right. Let's get it.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stamp. DJ Ham the Stamp.
Hit the like button. We got 100 people in the building and we have 43 likes. Not terrible. Let's make sure the likes match the viewership. Let me see who in the chat real quick and we get it popping, man. Salute. Little Rock in the building. PA, I see you. What's good, kid? Insane in the building. E-Dub was popping. Riri was goody. AC is on time. I like that. Mr. Williams, how are you? Hope all is well. D Majesty in the building. Salute, my brother. Champ was goody. Dr. G in the building, man. We gotta have that episode, Dr. G, but I think we did the right thing by postponing it based on all the things that have happened on Wednesday. You heard? Fo in the building. What up, my boy? Hey, Fo, we're gonna cook this thing up and then we're gonna get it popping, man. I think we definitely need to lift the spirits of the people after so much tension and stuff that's just going on. You know what I mean? Not to say that it's good or bad, it's just things that are happening you know, they need that little bit of reprieve and relief. So we'll get to it. Hopefully, who knows though, folks? You know how it go. Excuse me. Rainbow Kid, what up? Wow. Salute. Thank you for all the intel, my G. No Country for Old Simps, I see you. Damn. Carlisle, what's good, my brother? JVZ in the building. Mel, you already know. Samuel, Shalom, what's popping? How are you? Hope all is well. Rock Solid, what's good? NTAT. Salute. Yeah, those were old clips. I'm choking on. Like, share, subscribe, man. Tell a friend. Impress putting in work. That's always a blessing. Appreciate you. Mr. JTK in the building. Rono, what up, my brother? How you? Indeed. I agree. And Rand, shalom. How are you, man? Good to see you. Lord ADS, what's good, my brother? Hope everything is everything. Black King. What going, my you? Jay Stroud in the building. DJ Stroud in the building. Make sure y'all please go like, share, and subscribe to the SPS podcast. They be cooking, Stroud be cooking, doing a thing. You heard. Please go support that team. All right. The Raw Bunch be keeping it tall. I promise you. I got Carlisle. Thank y'all for the feedback. I appreciate you. Melly Mel was good. Coach, what up? Salute to Coach Dave in the building, man. Appreciate you, Battleborn. If you are in the Katy, Tomball, Magnolia area and you're looking to get some work and really learn the art form that is boxing, please come on down, man. Empress, do me a favor. Find Battleborn Boxing on Google and drop the link. People that are within a 30-minute drive, it's worth it. I'm telling you, man, it's a science. That fight you're going to watch tomorrow, hopefully, is the epitome of the sweet science, man. Mr. Ray, what's good? Homeboy, Shalom. What's up, Miss Jilly? Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. Thank you, my brother. I'll send you the brand. They sent this to me. Salute. Let me see. Juan, what up, my brother? Good to see you, man. Vet Life in the building. Salute, OG. Hakeem, what up? Baker Man, what up, my boy? Leon the Don, been a member for 6 months. I like it. Leon, great shit in the Discord this morning, man. Willing to do the mock. You know what I mean? That's how we learn and grow. So that's good, man. Trey was good. Black America, what's popping? Good to see you. OG, hope all is well, man. That dude was popping. Callie putting in work. I like it. Key, what up, my brother? Shaw, what's good? That's a fact. Hey, remember what we did last week, 550. All right, so at the end of the show, you know, man, we're trying to hit this goal. Candy Coed Cyanide, man. That's the next This Might Be Risky community goal, man, to fund that project of shots. We're trying to hit the $5,000 mark. Let's see what we could do. All right. B-No was popping. Be Original, I see you, man. Salute, my G. Alexis from Texas in the building. What's popping? Big Draws, what up, my boy? Yeah, man. Salute. It's good seeing you. I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays. Hope all is well. Hey, man, what's good, kid? I miss you in the Discord. Hope everything's everything. Mrs. Locks in the building. Axel Jackson. What up, my boy? Hey, we got to link up, man. You know what I'm saying? You in the city, I'm in the city. There's no excuse. You know what I mean? I got to get your mathematics. Hey, Shin. Okay, Hey, Shin made it. I like it. Yeah, I don't disagree. We're going to get into it, though. You know what I'm saying? Salute. Free Zone. What up, my brother? It says, real hustlers never lose. You know what I mean? There's always setbacks for the big comeback. You know what I mean? So entrepreneurship, you know, putting in that work, you know, it don't come without strife and struggle. That's just a part of it, you know. The second, what up, my brother? Insane in the building. I like it, man. Imperial, how are you, my G? Good to see you. Oh, Shay. Thank you. It was tough. I liked it, though, man. Salute. Oh, we had like 700. I like it, man. I'm telling you. Please go. Make sure you drop the indigo in here, please. Oh, Empress already did it. Okay, cool. AC, what up, my brother? TK in the building, man. Salute. I got it, man. C Rob, what's good? Good to see you, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. Salute to the 133 people in the building. Yeah, we are 2,100 people away from 50,000 subscribers. Empress, do me a favor, find that Battleborn. There you go. Right on time. Right. There we go, man. You know, If you in this area, man, come through. I'm telling you, good work, great work. Really the epitome of the sweet science, man. Hope everybody feeling good. Salute to the 150 people almost in the building. It should be good, man. Hakeem, what up? Hakeem with the 20 ball says, Hamp, I need your help with this idea I have. It's called the War of the Three Kingdoms, ellipsis. 3 teams of 4 to represent the West, East, South for a DJ set battle, and whichever team wins can say their region rap music is superior. I think that would be fun for sure. Here's my concern is, do we appreciate the same things about hip-hop music, though? You know what I mean? Like, in the South, will the beat trump the lyrics, you see? And then in the East Coast, are lyrics king? If so, how are we going to be able to compare this, though? You know, like the criteria will have to be set in stone, because I can't get jiggy with a lot of the stuff down south because they're not rapping in the way in which I like. Shit, my coach here, he know that I be when it's my turn, like if I'm in there by myself and I get the radio first, the music I'll be listening to is like boom bap stuff. You know, you wouldn't even think you would be amped to it, but I'm listening to the words. You know what I'm saying? Nah, shot. I'm keeping it tall. Like, who they give credit to? Big Crit, maybe they say he raps. You know what I'm saying? Bun B, but it's few and far between. I'm saying bars of life up north. That's all I'm saying. Bars of life. You know. So that's all I'm saying. You know. But it'd be interesting for sure, man. It'd be interesting. Andre, you know. Yeah, Andre, you know, JID. Yeah, I like him. Yeah. But you know, it's just the style, like, so it'd be interesting. I like JID. I mean, Cole is my favorite in terms of, you know, I guess the most relevant rappers right now, aside from the legends, you know. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. It's been a long week for some reason, but I think it's been a productive week, I would say. But I guess we'll see, as this is the finale of this shit here. Although I know more information will be discussed. Listen, man, when all this stuff is coming about, right? I thought my first thoughts were a lot different. So take this walk with me. I'm thinking about preparation. You know, I'm looking at preparation. My coach and I were talking about it. Salute to Coach Dave, right? Who's prepared for all the things that we talk about? We always talking about the end of days and shit is going awry, and things that were bad are now good. Things that were obscure are now at the forefront. You know, people are getting more brash and bold, right? People have these mechanisms like these microphones and these cameras. They don't have to hold their tongue, right? They could talk to you any kind of way. You know, we have even the gun rights, right? Constitutional carry is more prominent in several of the southern states. You know, we have the National Guard in the city, or, you know, an increased police force, right? And they're saying we're going to do this here, right? Things seem to be at a feverish pitch, especially given what had happened and all that. And I'm just wondering about preparation. You know, we talk a lot of shit about a lot of shit, about how much we dislike things, about how we have to stand up for ourselves, stand up for each other. We talk about community, we talk about family. Where's the preparation? Right? Are we in shape? I watched this video and I was going to find it. I said, fuck it. This dude shot himself in the head in the courthouse. I don't know if y'all seen it. And the 3 guys, the 3 bailiffs or sheriffs that were in there, right? All 3 were overweight. So each one of them trying to back up. The first guy falls. The other dude's so scared, he's shuffling backwards. He falls over the other sheriff. Like, you remember I used to you play that push game where you get down behind somebody else push him, and he falls over. All 3 of these sheriffs were out of shape. They couldn't get out the way if they tried. They couldn't have intervened if they wanted to. And then we look at us as people, right? Obesity, overweight. How many of us ran full speed? Since when? When the last time you've done something that was that vigorous where you really tested yourself? We always talking about this shit when it hit the fan, right? And how people are divided or at odds. How prepared are we? I go to the gym, but myself included. I got to shed more pounds. I can't even touch my elbows together. Right? Flexibility is an issue. I'm always sore. Why? Acid build up, right? My muscles ain't stretched out. You know? Who know how to hunt? Who know how to fish? Who know how to trap? Who got a gun? Who got a gun that matters? Who know how to use it if they had to? How physically prepared, how mentally focused are you? What does the food you consume do to your mentality? Right? Do your thinking and your thought process? How clean are we eating? We steady talk about the food. I know I got a bunch of cupcakes in that pantry that got preservatives in them though. Right? I know there's 200 people here. 50 of us got ramen noodles in that cabinet. I know we be too tired, lazy, exhausted from work to cook. And you can get a pizza that could feed 20 people. I'm just trying to figure out when we having these conversations, right? And we always talking about how real it is out here and shit hit the fan. Who prepared? Who's actually ready as they can be? And I ain't talking about on no ramble shit. I'm talking about controlling the shit you can control. I'm just asking. Put a 1 in the chat if you think you that dude. If you're a woman out here by yourself, if you her, if you can do all these things in real time, if you ready to rock, if it actually popped off. Because we steady talking about it. When we get off the internet, what do you do after this? I'll take some responsibility. I put a 1 in the we used to do jump rope for breakfast, right? When the last time I did it? How many people could that have helped? You know, if I would have been consistent. Do you got a gym buddy who only go if you go? Who actually ready for this? We talking about hate. We talking about racism. We talking about sensational messages. We saying, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that person. Fuck George Floyd, right? Fuck Charlie Kirk. Fuck Martin Luther King. You can say it. Now, what happens when you say it in front of a motherfucker that don't like you saying it? This is more rhetorical. It's just something for us to think about when we talking that talk. That's all I'm saying. You can say whatever you want. But whoever telling you that words don't matter and shake them off, you've never seen that. This is Sparta. Do y'all remember the scene where he got kicked down the hole? It's because the Spartans held everybody accountable for everything that came out their mouth. It didn't matter that it was a messenger. It didn't matter that it was a messenger. And that's what he told him before he kicked him down that hole. So I'm just asking. I want us to see this shit for what we say it is and then actually do something like we keep saying, right? The words have to match the actions. If it's that real out here, how prepared are you? Huh? I was working out yesterday. I almost threw up. Because I'm not in good enough shape. So I'm just asking, everything we say, how real it is out here, how heavy it is, how prepared are you, man? Interesting. Perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Riri. Salute to Riri in the building. One of my great moderators who gifted 5. This might be risky memberships, man. If you got blessed with one, please maintain it. Support Shot, support Bub, support Battleborn Boxing, man. Support each other. You heard? Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Shit is real. I just want y'all to ponder on that, right? If you disagree, let it go. But I don't know if I said anything that you could disagree with. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Trying to feel me, nigga. Politics as usual.
All right, so here's the update, and we're gonna walk this thing all the way down. I just want to make sure that we have the latest information that I've seen so far. Hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend, man.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I'll share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone.
What y'all think of that? Hey, question for the people who are in the military or into guns, you know, and actually hunt and things of that nature. With the 30-06 rifle, is that a difficult shot? Was that a tough shot? Like how much acumen did he have to have? Okay. So NTAT said it's not bad. Or not super difficult. So no, it's not. Okay. Now it's interesting, right? We wondering. So I guess he called him a fascist, and he said if you're reading this, you're gay. So it sounds like he disagreed with specific points of Charlie Kirk, essentially. Okay, so super easy. Okay. All right. Good to know. So let me just play a couple more, and this is what is my biggest. Well, I'll get into this for sure on the last segment. Okay. All right. Let me play this, right? Because these things like this get stifled, man. And I swear, I don't even know. Like, we talk about journalism and things of that nature, but you have what you would call amateur journalists, like people on YouTube and etc. But then I look at these guys on these Instagram feeds, and I'm like, man, they do a great job kind of mining through this. You know what I mean? Okay, so overwhelmingly, it's not difficult. Okay. Wow. Let me play this.
Breaking news. The man right here who was video fleeing the scene after the assassination on Charlie Kirk has just been identified. Charlie Kirk shooting suspect identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson of Utah confessed to his father, who called authorities. The suspect in the murder of Charlie Kirk confessed to his father that he was the shooter. His father told authorities secured his son until they arrived to pick him up. And just to see how young Tyler Robertson is and to actually see him in his dorm room, like, this is literally someone that Charlie Kirk would have had an open debate with in good faith to go over opposing viewpoints. And I'm already seeing comments of people calling him a hero, and that's absolutely disgusting. This man operated in hate. This man did a heinous crime. He assassinated someone in front of thousands of people, in front of his family, all because he had different opinions and different viewpoints. We got to do better as a country. Breaking news.
22 years old, shot him dead, told his dad told the police. Did his dad do the right thing? Put a 1 in the chat if you think his dad did the right thing by calling the authorities. Did his father do the right thing? You know, and we looking at an archetype, or are we? Are we looking at an archetype? You know, because the argument is often made regarding these type of things, right? It's often made, you know, these things are one-offs, right? They don't happen as often as, you know, shootings in low or, you know, low income, low impoverished Section 8 project neighborhoods, right? But what is often enough when you're talking about killing people? Right? Like that throws me. Oh, but this is happening every day. But the fact that this is happening, this should be the focus of the conversation. And I think what we're being able to identify is an archetype. The boy was younger than him that shot 2 people dead in Colorado. Did you see the 3 Ethiopians? I forget where it was. All 3 got shot by a young white boy. Is this an archetype that we can identify? When you look at the incel, the whole thing with those guys, right? What's the one that was the most popular one? He was on the FBI watch list. I forget his name. Damn, I forget his name. But he shot a couple people, went down in infamy, right? The guy who shot the couple black people at the Dollar Tree, you know, the guy who was shooting down here in Texas, but he was calling himself transgender or whatever, right? But they're the same. They're younger white males that are willing to do these things. They fit the description. And that hasn't been the conversation. For some reason, we've been talking about what he almost was about to say about black people. This should be the focus. They are willing. How old was the guy that shot Trump? But it's like we glossed over this stuff. Is there an archetype? Right? You go all the way back to Columbine. Is it an archetype that we can identify? Or did we get so caught up in him about to talk about gang violence? when we looking at these guys, and they the same. What he mad about? Let me zoom in on this real quick. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Let me make sure.
You have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters. Congratulations, you have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
How does this work when we start talking about increasing security, you know, an influx of troops and police in particular areas, right? What does fit the description look like? There were two, correct me if I'm wrong, were there two politicians in Minneapolis that got shot? Let me see. What did the shooter look like when they shot up the club in Fort Lauderdale? What did the shooter look like in Aurora, Colorado? What did the shooter look like in Sandy Hook? Because we're talking about profiling. We're talking about keeping things safe. How many kids got to get shot to look at this profile differently and not just as a one-off, because we keep saying it's not happening often enough? What did the shooter look like in Las Vegas? What did the shooter look like in Buffalo? Because we focused the conversation on something that was not at the forefront. And we made it about something where we actually had a focus. We actually now have, it's pinpointed. And there's enough time, right, in miles and examples where this happened. What did the shooter look like when he shot up the church? I forget where it was, down south. What did the bombers look like when they bombed the church where the 3 little girls died? Is there an actual conversation that can be had around this? Right? And it's not even about racism and all that. It's about who fits the description when these things happen. Right? How should this be looked at? Because they didn't like what Trump was saying, he got shot. They didn't like what Charlie Kirk was saying, he got shot. But we glossed over this part of the conversation. And I'm just trying to figure out why. Why did we speed to he ain't like black people? No, I understand that that is a conversation that can be had. But I'm looking around in the earth. My wife didn't even know who he was. Charlie Kirk. But I'm looking at an archetype. How does that archetype need to be addressed? How many times does it need to happen before we say, hey, we need to focus on this? What do y'all think? Put a 1 in the chat. If I'm telling the truth, put a 2 in the chat. If I'm bugging, say that. Like if I'm bugging, I understand. But it's like we missed the plot. You know? Let me see. And I don't know who killed the senator. Did they find that out yet? Let me just play this.
Searching for the person who shot 2 Minnesota state lawmakers. Right now, we're getting an update from the Attorney General, Governor Tim Walz, and police. Let's listen in.
Wells, the mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa and her husband, Mark, were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost the dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make the state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated.
So did they find it? Did they find the killer in this one? My overarching point is this, man. We're looking at a thing that happens often enough, you know, and you can add in the archetype for a whole lot of stuff. I'm just wondering, is there a substantive conversation around that, and why haven't we had it, right? You know, hold on one second. This is Hampton. Hello? Hello? So I'm just wondering, right? Did we have that conversation, or did we just gloss over it? You know? Because that's the key, right? And these are white men willing to kill these white men. And try and do. So I'm just wondering, man, you know, what's the conversation around it, man? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me make sure. Harrison, salute my brother. Aaron with the $2 says grandparents might be right about them young white people. I don't know. Let's talk about it, man. I'm gonna drop the link. We see what's up, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Salute to y'all. Appreciate y'all.
What the hell? Oh my God! No way! Talking about.
Now, did you guys see this? This is the shit that I just is diabolical to me. Like this the part where that I think we missed the plot. There's a level of people saying the thing that they think is right. And then there's another facet of people saying the thing that they think people want to hear. You know? And you can acknowledge something without going over the top. Right? You can acknowledge there's a thing, right? A person on an opposing side will have a point. A person that doesn't look like you will have a point. But then we go to an extent to try to defend or side with something that I don't know. It gives a different, it feels, and I'm saying feels different. Like it feels different. Like, hold on. All right. I get you acknowledge what's being said, but are you doing too much? Are you doing this just to be accepted, to be liked, so you can get a pat on your leg or a pat on your head? That's where Coonism starts to run its course, right? That's where I start to consider, damn, is there anything, right, that these cats wouldn't say? Or is there anything that these cats would say that you wouldn't agree with? This right here, and I appreciate, I think Rainbow Kid sent this, rubbed me the wrong way.
Yesterday, you were at the 9/11 memorial. We were all watching that. And J.D. Vance was supposed to be with you. He went out to be with Charlie Kirk's family and to get the body back to his hometown in Arizona. And you said you were going to award him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which was very nice of you. Any updates on this suspect?
Yeah,
can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. Right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. You know, it's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get.
I need some edification real quick before we get to the what the hell portion of this clip. That medal, who usually gets that medal? Like what needs to happen, or what does a person need to accomplish to get that medal? Like what are the circumstances in which the president would issue that medal for someone? Or is him issuing it to Charlie Kirk right within their realm? Or is it war heroes, military? Okay, so there's no criteria, or is it war? Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. Is he issuing it just for the sake of? Or the president can do as he pleases with this particular award, so to speak? Okay, all right. I just wanted to see if this was, sensational in any way. All right.
Get lucky or talent or whatever it is, but I think we're in great shape.
Mr. President,
and he's in custody.
Your suspicion was that he was radical left, and now you have more information. What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I said you were going to do well. But I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories that.
Yeah, somebody call Lars for me. Let me just see. Maybe I'm bugging.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir. Information. What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I said you were going to.
Information. What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir. What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you. Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you. I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you. I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I said you were going to do well. I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories that how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots.
Yo, Yo, the tone is crazy. Hold on. Let me just see. Maybe I'm bugging. Hold on. Let me play it again. I just want to take up to see this shit.
But I think we're in great shape.
Mr. President,
and he's in custody.
Your suspicion was that he was radical left, and now you have more information. What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I said you were going to do well. I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories that how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever, I'd rather not say right now. They're going to announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that. But somebody close to him turned him, they said, whoa, it's interesting. We had very good pictures, but not great, not perfect. And when you look at it, what happened is somebody, and this happens a lot. It happened with the crazy Boston bomber. It happened with others. Somebody that's close recognizes even a little tilt of the head, which nobody else would do. And somebody that was very close to him said, that's him. And
one more time.
Well,
his ideology.
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you,
I said you were going to do well. But
what he thinking? What he thinking? What Lawrence thinking? What Lawrence thinking? I couldn't. This is all I felt right here, son. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That shit got me. Lars Clemens. I'm gonna say this for Lars, man. I think Lars was extremely uncomfortable. I don't think he liked it. But that shit was crazy to me. When he tapped him on his leg, all I could see was him putting Clemens' head on his chest. But I don't think Lars really appreciated it. Of course, he said, "Thank you, sir." You know, whatever the case, he on national TV, right? They getting the breaking news. But Lars didn't like that shit, bro. I hated it. I hated it for Lars. But the reason why I prefaced it with like people are intentionally making sure to placate. Right? And that's where the Coonism comes in. People are intentionally placating. Even running the risk of being obtuse and not having a real and authentic conversation. I wonder who brought up black people first. The people who willing to get patted on the head or on the leg? Or was it the people who had disdain for Charlie Kirk? Was it the black people who wanted a pat on the head first? Or the black people who had the disdain? See, that's one thing that I'm trying to understand when we had these conversations. Who's first? Here y'all niggas go talking about XYZ? Or is it the people who saying, oh, we smoking on the Charlie pack? Who came first? That's where that word gets inserted. Yeah, ain't nothing Lars could do. Lars did what he's supposed to do. Right? He did what we expect him to do. Right? He didn't do too much. He said thank you. He got pat on the leg. I don't think Lars appreciated that shit. Oh, and by the way, Lars is doing a good job. Did it? Come on. I know Lars felt insulted. But I wonder who first, though. The Charlie Pack people are the people who willing to literally insert black people for the sake of just carrying on that rhetoric and the message. Just wondering, man. But I had to put that under the what the hell segment. And yeah, the clip was a reach, but I just that's what popped in my head. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Roger. I don't think he liked that shit. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. NTAT, Nick Taylor was good with my brother with the $5 as well. At least he didn't say, quote, he's very smart, he's alert, he's articulate and clean. Like Joe Biden said about Senator Obama. No one batted an eye. Yeah, it's up and it's stuck right now, you know, for sure. And I think the insertion of social media, NTAT, there's way more voices being inserted with a voice, you know. So in 2006 or 7, You know, we had Facebook in 04, right? But it wasn't nothing like this short form content that we see now, where everybody literally picked up the camera from their phone and was able to put things out, right? So I understand the correlation, but it's not equal, right? The time, place, set, and setting matters, right? We would hear it from somebody that heard it from somebody from the news potentially, but now, I mean, everybody's streaming, everybody got a voice, everybody can like and share. You know, Dre with the $5 says conspiracy alert. Trump is covering Epstein file release. Charlie Kirk was big on uncovering those files. Trump covering up something targeted. No, I don't like to get into all that shit. I like to have a conversation that's being had. You know what I mean? Dre, what's good, my brother? Been a member for 16 months. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Dre with the $2 says Trump knee slaps were a nervous reaction. No, Trump was not nervous, good brother. He was not nervous at all. He looking at Lars like, see, I told you. It's like the Negro on that nag. He was not nervous. Trump didn't skip a beat. He made sure to acknowledge Lars and how he told everybody that Lars was going to do a good job, as though other people questioned it. See, that's another thing that was inserted there. You know what I'm saying? Nah, son, there's no need to do that. That's one thing I don't. Trump ain't nervous, bro. He don't give a shit. He's saying whatever, doing whatever. He don't care. Like, you know what I'm saying? We see that by now. So Rose.
Wow. Perfect.
With the 20 bosses, ain't it crazy, Hamp? A conservative white dude from a hunting background took Kirk out. An extremist white kid shot up the school in Colorado. They need to send in the National Guard.
Wow. Shit like that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Daddy, are you ready? Are you ready? What's going on? What's going on? Rockefeller. Steady, are you ready? Are you ready? What's going on?
I'm gonna tell you this, man. I just we focused and inserted black people and the things he said about black people and put that on the precipice of like why we don't like them and fuck them, right? We telegraph shots too much, and I don't think we understand the things that we be doing have the opposite effect, right? Shout out to my coach. I don't know if he's still here, but flinching, being afraid, smiling, grunting when you get hit and shit like this, right? That's telegraphing. You letting them know you hurt. Every time a fighter smiles when they get punched in their shit, that shit hurt. That's why. Nodding, right? You taught to stay stoic. You know, when you acknowledge this shit, they get amped up. They get energy. It has the opposite effect, right? Because they know you bluffing. When we get out here and say, yo, fuck this, that, and the third, famous and infamous have very similar results. Famous and infamous has very similar results, right? The people that we love are infamous. And I'm being hyperbolic when we say love, but take this walk with me, right? Al Capone, right? What's his dude? Dillinger, John Dillinger, Alpo, Rich Porter, right? Nicky Barnes, Frank, right? John Gotti, thank you. They are infamous and they are historical. So when you coming out gun blazing, oh, fuck this nigga, it has the same effect. How do you think martyrs become martyrs? for people showing their true colors and really revealing how they feel about this shit, as opposed to not flinching. It happened, let it marinate. But we making people infamous. We be focused on the wrong shit, and we wanna have an effect, but it's actually adverse. It's the inverse of what we want to happen. And I don't know if we think through this shit thoroughly because we got all these cameras and we're able to just hit record. You know, that's one thing that I was thinking about. I don't have no feeling about, you know, the situation of him getting killed. Like, it didn't affect me in a way, right? Here's the concern that got glossed over, that we focused on the wrong shit. We are content creators, right? A lot of us in the chat, we say we got our pictures up, right? We saying what we want to say. I'm here right now, right? There's several content creators all over the place, right? And he got shot for saying what he wanted to say. Have we discussed ad nauseum the First Amendment like we discussed the black people shit? I'm not taken aback by that shit because I expect people to be racist, because the overwhelming majority of us are. We have an affinity for the people that belong to us, that are in our culture, that look like us. Right? So I'm looking at the threat on the things that actually affect us directly, right? Because people could say whatever, you know. Is the First Amendment in jeopardy, right? I understand people have always paid for their words, but now who's doing those prove me wrongs, right? Prove me wrong, prove me right. Who's going to the campuses? There were 9 HBCUs that locked down yesterday or 2 days ago, right? People are being stifled. That's the thing that concerns me, that gives me cause for pause. Racist people saying racist shit is regular shit. But 9 HBCUs locked down a day or two ago because of threats, because of the residual effects of this type of shit. Fear, Hakeem, they locked down for fear. You can't speak out. Don't speak up. Watch what you post. Watch what you say. No more touring. MRM, he said he not doing that shit because of what happened. So I'm just looking at the things that actually affect us. You know, and I think we kind of glossed over these things that are much more tangible. From the Walk With Me segment to now, into how far people are willing to go to placate. That's my main concern. What affects you directly, right? Can you walk about free? Right? Can you walk about without issue, tension, prejudice? Can I come up here and speak how I want to speak, or do I have to be concerned? I'm going to say this. Shit like this happen, shit get real quick before you know it. I'm cordial in the earth, right? I work with whomever I need to work with to get whatever needs to get done. You know? But I'm not playing, because I know when people ain't playing, they ain't playing. And you guys know the old notion. Be ready so you don't got to get ready. But when I see us focused on the things that are just for conversation only, we are unserious about what's happening around us and the things that directly affect us. I ain't the toughest. I ain't the strongest. I'm not the most adept with weapons and all that, but I swear to fucking God, I'm not playing. Because ain't nobody playing with me. So what are the real effects of this? I understand things for the sake of conversation, but I feel, and I'm saying feel, that we missed the plot on a whole lot of this, the substance of these things that are real right now. Men don't say can't. So, I don't know, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm going to drop this link. Anybody want to have a conversation? Let's get to it, man. There's things that I'm focused on. How far do we go to placate? That's an issue, right? If there's something that somebody says that's true, are we able to compartmentalize, or do we fuck them because it's a racist? What's really real? How prepared are you when shit hits the fan? What couldn't you have done differently? What do you do differently every day now? They told a story. They say, yo, if somebody breaking in my house, I'm going downstairs. I'm going to be shooting. I said, you said, what? Nigga, I'm gonna have to wake up in my birthday suit with whatever hammer I got under my bed while them two came in my house, masked down, ready to rock, and call the fucking police. But how prepared are we actually, and how realistic are we, man? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mr. Williams, what up? Trey, what up?
How y'all doing today, man? How y'all doing?
How you doing? Trey was good. How you doing, Mr. Williams? Trey, what you got for us, kid?
Man, it's crazy, man. I'm talking about it's wild, bro. Like, you think about it, it's getting crazy. I mean, it's been getting crazy, but think about the description, man. 18, 27, white male. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, 100%. What's really, what you got? Real love, what's good?
I think it was really a good thing that they caught him, that his father actually turned him in. A few weeks back, one of my little buddies had to do that to his son just because he wanted to save his life. So I commend that, because that's got to be one of the toughest things to do. But he did commit a crime. He took someone's life. You know, he didn't do it in self-defense, so he needs to suffer the consequences.
How does that line up, though? How does that line up, right? Because just a couple days ago, fuck Charlie Kirk, fuck that racist.
Yeah.
Why we give a fuck if his killer get locked up?
Committed a crime. It's against the law.
But it don't reconcile, though, right? If we don't care about Charlie Kirk, right? Why are we saying it's the right thing that his killer got locked up? See, it's contrary.
Well, for one, he did take away a father. You know, his kids have to go through that. They need some justice. You know, just because I don't like him and I don't care for him doesn't mean that I don't believe that he should get justice for, you know, for being taken out. You know, I mean, that is, we could say that's like hypocritical, but yeah, I mean, does it affect me? No. But just like what you were saying about the schools, it did affect my youngest child because they locked down his college. So then I had extra worry about that.
Yeah, no, 100%. But Mr. Williams, I'm asking pointed questions today, right? Like that's Lee I just saw, I swear to God, I was about to say this, Lee said it, right? But this is what it always is, though. Free the guys, free Yayo. You know what I mean? They saying free Luigi, who shot the dude dead on the street for United Healthcare, right? So I just don't. So now we care about his kids. If something happened to me, God forbid, they say, yo, he deserved that for what he said, right? but then say, but pray for his kids. Nah, if the most high give me one more breath, I'm gonna say, nah, nigga, keep that energy. You don't give a fuck about my kids.
Right. No, I mean, as far as, I mean, hell, even look at Martin Luther King, he got assassinated for that reason of his views and what he wanted the impact on the world to be. You know, and they celebrated that when he got murdered. Whereas I'm not going to celebrate the fact that he lost his life, but I'm not going to condone the rhetoric. I don't like racist shit. I can't stand it. I can't stand when we're going against our own people to amp up what they're doing, inciting other people that actually commits violence against us. You know, they incite a lot of shit, and then we're supposed to.
No, I'm saying, I understand you, Mr. Williams, right? Yeah. I'm saying, how the fuck they do it? I got mad daughters. Be consistent. Be consistent. Yeah. Right? If you don't care, right? The kids are collateral. Rilla, what's popping?
Hey man, look, gig. I had to rush out here real and jump in on this, man. What's cracking, y'all? Peace. Peace to the family.
Rilla.
It's good.
Hey man, let me just say this real quick because I ain't got a long time. If you'll indulge me for a second, man.
You got the floor. Go ahead. Do your thing.
I'm just convinced at some point, man, like people talk about what they would have did in the civil rights era. Fam, a lot of us would have eulogized and humanized Strom Thurmond, motherfucking George Wallace, Bull Connor. We would have sympathized with all of them. Like I said this before last night, right? My homeboy was like, I was talking to my guy yesterday. He was like, man, I feel bad for, his wife and his kid. No, she know who she married? What the fuck are we talking about? Like thoughts and prayers, that should be the mantra right now. So let me say it this way. So if a motherfucker breed people who will most likely align with his ideology, right? And keep in mind, the Joker was from Arlington Heights here in Chicago. That's the northwest, I think, suburbs, right? He 31. He ain't just started learning that. He ain't just started talking like that. He founded USA, I think at 21, 18, something like that. I think it was 18. So now this is the thing. As 4 kids that they don't give a fuck about your kids. They didn't give a fuck about George Floyd's daughter, none of that when they was on that goofy shit. Right? So we get up here, we don't keep no, fam, I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent. Right? It's one less person out there spewing that rhetoric. And to be honest, hey man, like I said last night, man, that shit happened in the whitest state in the country by somebody that looked like I give 0 fucks. That's the energy we need to keep. That shit got nothing to do with us, fam. Let them folk handle their business. I could care less. Honestly. His kids ain't finna go without, and his wife ain't finna go without either. She'll be booed up with one of the other niggas out of their clique in a minute. But best believe she knew exactly who she was marrying. Thoughts and prayers. The exact same thing they would shoot back at us. But think about that shit, Hamp. Motherfuckers would literally, if we was in the 60s, that shit with Strom Thurmond, do your research when I'm mentioning these names. Not you, Hamp, I'm saying in general to the public.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do your research. Strom Thurmond. Motherfuckers would sympathize and eulogize a fucking Bull Connor. The motherfucker that sick dogs on your grandma. And find a way, well, I didn't agree with everything he said, but I mean, he's still the child of God. Says who? We not reading our Bibles now like we don't know the distinction between creation, creature, and children of God. Everybody's a child. So then who's the spawn of Satan? Like hey man, I don't know exactly where it at. I think it's in Peter or Timothy. But he talks about study to show thyself approved, rightly dividing the word of truth, a workman who need not be ashamed.
Mm-hmm.
We got to do better with this shit, people. No, I give 0 fuck about dude, man. Protect your neck. Shout out to Wu-Tang, man. I'm on mute.
Go ahead, Trey. You want to say something? Second Timothy.
It definitely do affect us though. As far as the freedom of speech go, they've been affecting our freedom of speech. Like you can't say certain shit. You can't, you feel what I'm saying? Or you gonna get basically demonetized off the internet. You feel
You
what I'm saying?
gotta bring your phone up, Trey, a little bit.
It's not my phone, I'm in a truck. But
Go ahead.
like I was about to say, you'll get demonetized for saying something about the white hats. You know what I mean? You'll get, you know what I mean? Like they take money out your pocket for saying certain stuff about certain people. And I was about to say, you know, you gotta really take this with a grain of salt. Like it is what it is. It happened to everybody. Like it happened to everybody. It happened to us. It happened to them. Ain't nobody really got freedom of speech when you think about it. So that's really boiled down to. It's like can't nobody have their own opinion no more. That's dangerous. So you talk about living in this world. So it do affect us. Even though people don't want to, you know what I'm saying, want to think about like how it does affect us because everything affects the black people first. Everything. They gonna target us first.
Trey, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
What do you interpret as freedom of speech? What does the First Amendment guarantee you?
Absolutely nothing. It don't guarantee you nothing. You can just, I mean.
So let me ask it this way, because I walked this down last night, respectfully, brother. The First Amendment, and I need us to be clear on this. The First Amendment protects you from persecution of the government. It does not protect you from persecution of me.
Exactly.
So was Charlie right? So was old boy speech impeded by the government? It might be me, or is you breaking up?
That's him.
No, I say absolutely not. It's me. I'm driving, so.
Yeah.
But absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not.
Right. And so these situations and these things, and this is what I'm saying, G. This is the thing that's saddening me because we don't see the overplay for the underlay, right? Guys, like just for 1 second, we got to use the left side of our brain. This shit happened in Utah, and somehow this tying into black people. We've been quiet the whole time, dude, that took office. You know, all the ICE raids, all this migration, all this woo. Black people been sitting back minding their black-owned business now because some bigot, some idiot, some racist got his neck chopped by his own people, and because he was talking about us. Listen, I'm not with the celebration. I'm not with the tap dancing on his grave. I'm just indifferent, fam, and I don't understand why this is consuming us. But I also think we need to be specific with our wording, G. That First Amendment protects you from persecution of the government. Now, if you're saying the government impeded his free speech or the government is involved, then that's a different conversation. But in terms of civilians, hey, fam, I'm telling you, hey, I consider myself to be a child of God. I consider myself to be a man of principle and morals and integrity. But I guarantee if you say something sideways about my wife or my kids or my family, I'm not guaranteed to uphold that code. I might slap fire from your ass just because you said something, right? Again, freedom of speech protects you from the government. That's why you can go up in the law face and call them pigs and say whatever you want to say, and they ain't supposed to retaliate based on what you're saying. That don't mean I have to show that same restraint. And we got to get clear about that.
I see what you're saying. Okay, that's a valid point. So, when I'm assessing the First Amendment being infringed with actions like this, I'm off base because that's the government trying to stifle me, not other people.
At least how I interpret it, you're protected from persecution from the government, right?
Okay.
I remember HAMP, niggas used to duel. You said something about my wife, slap your ass with the white glove, 10 paces, boom, we at it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You know? So I think we've been misinterpreting and misusing to impose what the government has as the standard to uphold in terms of protecting free speech. We put that on every human being. No.
Okay.
Niggas get the fire slapped out of them all the time for saying reckless shit. That's not finna stop.
Okay. I see. Yeah, I guess that's So okay, so I think I can still maintain my sentiment, Rilla. I think I can maintain my sentiment, Rilla. I guess I keep how you say ignorantly applying the First Amendment. My concern is this: people are saying things, right? Because I say whatever I want to say, right? And people are holding them to account, up to and including killing them. You know, and so I'm just thinking of that. Like, what does that do to people's voices, right? So I'm just thinking, I think, right, that I'm still willing to say whatever I need to say because I have up to this point, you know, and I really don't feel, and I'm saying feel deterred, you know. But what if my wife feel deterred? What happens? You know what I'm saying? Why do I drop my daughters off for the next few weeks just to make sure shit copacetic? Right? Because there's a concern, you know, outside of myself when I see shit like this happening. Regular ass content creators. That's what he was. He just a big ass, you know, he just was popular.
He wasn't just a regular content creator. That was that he was he founded and he led a pack, a multi-million-dollar, if not approaching billion-dollar pack. TP USA is one of the largest packs.
Okay.
Right? He's on par with CPAC. What's the old boy name? Matt Slap. Right? So he moving heavy. I know people finna downplay, oh, this wasn't political. He wasn't a political figure. He was the head of a pack.
Okay.
Right? So he wasn't just a regular content creator. That's a little bit different. What happened in Vegas between those two guys?
Yeah.
Like I think that's more. I think that there's more to unpack there in terms of free speech, because essentially that boiled down to, you know, one sending another one to the upper room for, you know, what he said. But again, the way I interpret the First Amendment, that same rule apply.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, that's my ignorance then. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know enough about Charlie Kirk.
Could be mine.
But obviously, right, to your point, they not saying fly flags at half staff for just anybody. Right? And they're not saying give me the freedom medal for just anybody. He's not flying on Air Force 2. It's just some old content creator, right? So yeah, I think that I concede is what I'm saying. What's up, Mr. Fantastic? What's goody?
Brother. Yo, what up, man? What's going on? Realer, brother, you know, love, man. You know what I mean? Formal ATL inhabitant, right? Georgia, you know what I'm saying? Georgia boy by proxy. Brother, you off base on every facet, and you literally just killed your own point by using the example of the two dudes in Vegas. The freedom of speech is not only protected just by the government or so on and so forth. It's the government protecting you from other people. So, as you said, if a man says something to you or costs your wife or your child or so on and so forth, and you slap fire out of him, guess what's happening to you? You're going to jail, okay? Because you attacked him physically for his speech.
Because his speech is protected.
Yes, your speech is protected. It's not just the police officers. It's you as an American citizen. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say, okay? Outside of I think it's a call to violence or physical threat where clearly there's imminent bodily harm, like you got a weapon in your hand or something. I'm gonna kill you, nigga, type shit, right? And then that's protecting you. When you go to trial because you shot him and laid him down for slapping you, hey, Your Honor, he slapped the shit out of me. I had my firearm. I raised it and I sent him to the motherfucking depths of hell. Okay. So when we have these conversations, bro, we can't, just adjust it to fit the point in the argument you're trying to make at the time. And I'm not saying you did it maliciously. Again, it's just an interpretation, right? Secondly, man, we say we don't care, but there's a lot of passion behind this shit if we don't care. That's my whole thing. I'm looking at this from the point of where HAMP was speaking a couple of minutes ago. The optics of us and people having a very, very low understanding of how it makes us look to the other people. And if this shit does pop off, if the race war starts today or the civil war starts tomorrow or whatever the fuck, bro, you trust niggas? I don't. Niggas can't hunt. Niggas can't fish. Niggas can't shoot. Niggas can't got no survival skills, no type of shit like this. So this whole thing, even though, you know, from survival to fittest dystopian future type shit, worst case scenario, you're going to cling to your people first, the people that look like you, but you're also going to cling to the people that are like you ideologically. Okay. So I think we focus too much. And again, I'm not saying that y'all say Charlie Kirk was a racist. I can't tell you who's racist to you. Okay. If that's your determination of Charlie Kirk, and whatever you say it was racist outweighs all the other principles and shit that he had to say and so on and so forth, that's your prerogative. But at the same time, if that's the case, he's just another racist, right? I mean, we talked about the situation, and this plays into deeper parts of HAMP talked about too, right? This man, whoever the suspect is now, their parent gave him up. This man is being applauded. He's being praised. I think even Mr. Williams said it was an honorable thing. Yet, I think down here in Jacksonville, Queso, whatever his name is, right? That man, daddy said, "Hey, you did it. Oh man, you a fucking rat. You ratted on your son. You a pussy ass nigga. You were this, you were that." Mind you, the fucking son, he did that because the son didn't look out for him. So this exposes so many issues and problems that I talk about when we juxtapose the black community to other people, as to where our focus is just off, bro. All right. And if and when this shit really does, you know, hit the fan, bro, you cannot depend on niggas. It's not enough niggas to be able to depend on.
Fantastic. And you know, it's always love, and I'm always cool with being edified. I put the AI overview of the First Amendment in the back chat. If you get a moment to read that, just let me know where I'm off.
Okay, I'll read it. Rilla put the First Amendment AI overview. What up, Shaw? In the back chat. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution is a foundational right that protects several essential freedoms from government interference, including the freedom of religion, establishment and free exercise, the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, the freedom of assembly, and the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Now, the key word there is government interference, right? So an assault is assault, regardless of, you know, what is. My premise is that they would investigate or charge whoever for assault either way, right? Regardless of free speech or whatever, regardless of what I fired on them for, they gon' hold me to account regardless. And I don't necessarily deem that as protection of their free speech under the First Amendment, right? I view that as an assault occurred and they're addressing the assault. Right, but again, I could be off. You can correct me, fantastic. But I may be reading the Constitution wrong. But that's the way that I understand the First Amendment.
Oh, and like I say, it spreads out to you as a whole, and protection beyond that. It's not just the government; it's your job. People have won lawsuits on their job for their free speech being what's named. As a matter of fact, of the Crown Act, right? Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, right? Crown Act got passed. Why? Because black women said they were being discriminated against because of their freedom to express their hairstyles, right? So that's why I'm saying that wasn't the government, that was private entities and people that were trying to prevent you from doing something and penalizing you by either firing you or not hiring you due to something that would be a freedom of expression. Another thing, blinking your lights. This is a Supreme Court case. You can look it up. Cops, even blinking your lights to warn somebody that the cops are down the road is freedom of speech. So that's what I'm saying, bro. That's the cut and dry constitutional reasoning for it, but it blankets out. It's just like the Second Amendment. Again, it's you have the law, and then when you get into the Supreme Court level, they'll tell you the spirit of the law. Okay, the spirit of the law and the spirit of that fucking First Amendment. That's why it's the first. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say for the most part in America, but like you said, really, I agree 1000%. The law don't protect you for consequences. That's the thing.
That's the problem is,
yeah. So you 1000% there, brother. I'm not challenging that whatsoever. I'm just saying that still, if a person decides to, answer a cussing match with fine off on you, you're being protected. You know what I mean? You're going to be held accountable because you're trying to literally eliminate their free speech or whatever. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, so here's the thing, right? Because I'm listening to y'all. It's absolute with the government. If the government does those things, right, you are protected. What we're discussing is how the laws are applied and what laws exist depending on where you are, right? So like hate speech, threatening, right? I can respond to a threat physically. You see, especially depending on where you are, stand your ground states and things of that nature. And so if it based on how it applies in each state, I hear it more like it's absolute when pertaining to the government, Mr. Fantastic. And states apply these amendments as they see fit based on the laws that govern that state specifically.
Yeah, but I'm not just talking the actual a congressional fucking amendment part of it and the legal aspect of it. I'm talking societally and socially. So even societally and socially, that's why we do what we do. That's the reason why we say what the fuck we want to say. That's the reason why people create channels and do that. And that's what I'm talking about, the spirit of the amendment in itself. The spirit of the law, the spirit of the amendment. Like I said, hey, the Second Amendment doesn't say anything about, taking a gun from your cold bare hands, but that's one of the sayings that grew out of that Second Amendment. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that what Rilla said about that is not correct. I'm simply saying that it spreads out much farther and wider than just the black and white definition of what it is. And America is built off of that premise. So
Rilla, the retort, I think I understand it. I think the spirit argument is I think that's right, Rilla. I also think it's that when the Christians say God know my heart shit. Right? They take it and they kind of like lukewarm with the shit. So they be fucking up. They're like, but God know my heart. That's how spirit of law kind of resounds to me. Like even though it's not direct, they'll apply it in some facet, which I can see that happening.
Because just like I'm in a Commonwealth state, right? So an assault 4 here, you can just be threatening someone to say that you're gonna whoop their ass. And you can get an assault 4 in my state. So I don't think it's kind of different. And then you got the guidelines of defaming a person and how people can sue for that. See, it's a slippery slope when we talk about the First Amendment.
Defamation.
Well, yeah, but state. Okay, I don't want to go too nuanced. And I don't want to derail the show, HAMP, because now we're gonna go down into what the states and municipalities and what cities are doing, right? I'm strictly stuck at that First Amendment under the Constitution. I'm not even fanning it out. I get what Fantastic is saying. I'm pondering what he's saying from the sense of, because now I have to consider, okay, so they caught the suspect. That means Kirk's freedom of speech was protected, or is he receiving justice? His freedom of speech was protected because they caught the suspect, and the suspect is going to meet whatever punishment. Right? That would be the question on the floor, right? I would say no, right? I would say yes, in the sense of the government didn't impede Kirk from doing anything that he wanted to do the other day, or saying anything that he wanted to say, right? And then this person will be brought to justice. Those are two separate things, in my opinion. But again, I'm open to learning, man. I'll go back and look at it again, because I agree that it does fan out. But then when it fans out, we're looking at drilling down to what Illinois says versus Georgia versus Kentucky versus Texas. That gets in the weeds. I'm just for our conversation, Constitution, First Amendment, freedom of speech. What is that protected by? Right? That's protected by persecution from the government. Now, to your point, Fantastic, and I agree 1,000%, 1,000%. If I fire off on somebody, I'm also going to meet consequences. I stand. It stands to reason that I will meet consequences for that, right? I would accept that, right? And I may have violated that person's First Amendment right, I guess, individually, but I don't know. I'm looking at this stuff a little bit different, because I'm actually reading and sifting and parsing through what these definitions and these words mean, and I stand on that, fam. Like, freedom of speech, and people need to know that protects you from persecution from the government. It does not protect you from persecution of me.
Okay. Well, I think that those have been presented well. Real, I know you between doing what you're doing. Was there anything else that you wanted to address before?
No. I'll be back if y'all still going, man. Hey, I appreciate you. Love y'all boys. It's been a minute, man. I'll holler at y'all in a minute.
For sure.
Always, champ. Yep.
You already. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Willie Beeman was popping with the $5. Says, what up, DJ Hamp, Chicago Rilla? Dope conversation. Salute, my brother. Crystal Clear with the $5. Says, the First Amendment limits the government, not private actors like your boss, social media, or even neighbors can set their own rules and consequences for speech. Jay Miller with the $10. We are experiencing Popper's paradox, a paradox of becoming tolerant to the point we are intolerant to the idea of intolerance, which eventually leads to an authoritarian system. Aaron with the $2 says, excuse me, they better talk about them white boys like they do the black boys. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Shaw, what's popping?
Yo, my mic good?
Yes, sir.
Before I get started, I just want to say again, man, appreciate to everyone who has sent in a contribution to my new film project. I'm excited about what I'm working on, and every dollar counts. So again, just appreciate everyone who's donated a few dollars. We're still trying to hit that goal, so keep supporting. If you can support, forward it to somebody else who might want to support starving artists. Appreciate that. In the community, I wear a few jackets. Sometimes I'm known as a simp. I wear that jacket when we're talking about the women. Sometimes when we're talking about black issues, I'm the blackity black guy. So allow me to put on my blackity black hat real quick. I want to talk to Ms. Fantastic directly. We've had, really good dialogue so far. So I hope we still are able to do that. Wednesday, man, when you came on the panel, I was, shocked maybe a little bit, maybe even a little offended a little bit about a comment that you made. You kind of, and I'm kind of read it verbatim a little bit, but I guess it was a guy on the panel that I saw he had the Charlie Merck name, right? And I think you found it offensive. And so you kind of made a comment like, this is the terrible nigga shit that makes us look like savages, makes us look like the savages they say we are. And I was trying to understand like your perspective of like particularly that word savage when it comes to black people, because the first time, from what I know, that word was used when not foreigners, what do you call them? I can't think of the fucking word.
You're talking about conquistadors and Columbus and them.
They came over, right, and they was calling those African savages. Now I found out, I was doing some more research, that they actually saw something different, but they had to lie just to continue to get the funding they needed to continue their quest and all that, right? So that word has like a long history. And even today, you kind of mentioned the idea of like how we look in front of them. And so I'm just kind of wondering from your perspective, like, because I don't know, I've met you in person, it was love, it was cool. And I've seen you around black people, you seem to have a good time. But trying to better understand like what you look at your people like, right? Because I understand you want decorum in this situation, but I'm like, are you ignoring the rest of America? Why do you think this is a black thing that's happening? The entire America, depending on what side they're on, have had different response. I'm seeing numerous white people celebrating, making jokes about it. And it just seems like, and again, maybe just because you're talking to black people, that's why you haven't addressed that specifically. But you seem to have this like kind of vitriol towards your people about this scenario. And then my last point is, Mr. Fantastic, it's like this idea that we have to look good in front of the white man's gaze when throughout history, when black people were quote unquote doing the right thing. Let's talk about the 60s when black people were wearing suits and we were married and we was doing the right thing. They were still getting lynched, still getting killed, still getting bit by dogs for just being black. So why is your concern about how we look in front of them? Because I don't think it matters.
All right, cool. So first and foremost, I was more offended of Buddy, and I know it's not my platform, right? Mm-hmm. It's not my platform, it's HAMP platform. But y'all know by now, I consider HAMP fam. For sure. That to me was disrespectful for him to come up here and do on HAMP's platform. Mm-hmm. Okay, because HAMP by principle allows everybody up. But I think I don't know. I can't speak for him, but the name in itself was extremely insensitive way too early. Mm-hmm. Then you back it with this, that, and the other, and then the comments. So I came more so with that energy because now, damn, these niggas is really. But and my biggest thing is niggas say they don't care. I think if I remember right, he said the same thing. So if you don't care, why are you mocking a man that's just been killed on national TV? Another big thing too. I don't know if y'all saw it. And a lot of people making things, MLK, JFK, people get killed. Bro, I've seen people get killed like from a Ring camera. I've seen people get killed from like cell phone footage and shit from a HAMP. Remember we covered the thing with the boy in DC, right? Yeah. Bro, they had a zoomed in 4K shot of this man getting shot in the neck, and I saw his soul leave his body with the blood. Okay, that's different. The George Floyd shit or whatever, traumatic, whatever, right? But that's not, and I don't think I don't think a lot of people are putting all the things together. It's, oh, it's a white racist nigga, and y'all. No, okay. I have this way because I really only truly give a fuck about us. I'm more hyper focused on us and how it's going to black men specifically, black people in general. But again, men lead from the front, right? So if black men are up here making fun of something being insensitive, and you're right, this is more political than it even is racial. Okay, that's why I'm even more confused. Like, why are we in this? You know, hip parade and all this other shit and making jokes and shit. Especially again when they did the Kevin Samuels, niggas didn't like it, right? When they did the Kobe, niggas didn't like it. So my thing is, do you want to become the worst of the people that you say are the piece of shit, right? And again, some people may think that every white person is a fucking racist. If that's your prerogative, that's your prerogative. But I can tell you this: Indians are way more racist than white people to niggas. We don't never talk about that. Indians,
but we shop at 7-Eleven every day. Talk about it.
Indians are richer than the white man. Indians are starting to get more, you know what I mean, foothold in this shit. Like you said, you can't go to a Dunkin' Donuts. You can't go to a 7-Eleven. You can't even get a hotel. Who you paying? But we only focus on the white man. So I think it's this hyper focus of the white person that you immediately, you want a pat from master. You want this and that. Like, no, nigga. I just don't want us looking like motherfucking assholes and just pieces of shit. Because I'm just real quick, I'm looking at this again. Shout out to him, right? According to the Bible, according to a lot of different things, you understand this shit, bro. This shit is going to degrade, and when it degrades, it's going to happen very, very fast. Okay, America don't know what motherfucking suffering is. America don't know what real violence is for the most part, right? This shit is nothing compared to fucking Brazil, Venezuela, Guatemala. You know, certain parts of Africa and shit, right? All I'm saying is, bro, when you put yourself in some shit that ain't got nothing to do with you, you make yourself a target unnecessarily. And then if it was serious, I understand it. If you have something to gain from it, it's worth it. You know what I'm saying? But just for shits and giggles and so on and so forth, bro, now you're making unnecessary enemies. And in this motherfucking world, bro, you always gonna need allies. Always. And if they don't look like you and they have some motherfucking advantage of things, you have to learn to take advantage of that shit, right? Bro, I think that's one of the biggest things that the military gives niggas that you don't get. Niggas think they know white folks, but bro, you don't know white folks. You know what I'm saying? We never had to live with white people. We never had to motherfucking deal with white people on the motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, on a 24-hour basis. You know what I'm saying? Left, right, you know, sleeping in the same room, all that type shit. And what that gives you, bro, is more perspective. It brings you out of this thing into where the white man just, oh, everybody racist and they out to get you and all this other shit. But hey, man, everybody got the right to think whatever you want to think. My whole thing and my energy came up here because Buddy got on the, you know, being extremely, extremely hyperbolic and disrespectful. And I just thought it made the platform look bad. And that's how I came with the energy I came with. Y'all know me, ain't shit changed. I mean, you know, that's my freedom of speech. Fuck it.
I got you, right. And I understand what you're saying. You think that man needed grace in that moment. And I guess what concerns me is when we talk about grace specifically, if a guy comes up with a more balanced idea about how the way black women show up in the world, he gets labeled a simp because he wants that same grace in a moment when him shows these videos of black women acting in ways that are unbecoming, right? And then someone comes up with a balanced approach. It's like, are you a simp? Because you don't want to tear him down, but in a situation where this white man had rhetoric that some people find racist, maybe you don't, Mr. Fantastic, but a lot of people find some of the things he said racist. I found some of those things to be very racist, right? In that moment, we want grace for him. It's almost like, and I see this all the time, even beyond this situation. We give everybody else more grace. I say it all the time. We way more grateful to America than we are to our own people. Way more grateful. And I don't understand it because when you look at the history, they ain't been graceful to us. Like when you talk about the things that happened in America, it didn't happen because white people said, you know what, y'all, we tired of being fucked up. Let's just do the right thing. People had to fight and die for that. Literally had to die for things that were supposed to be ours because we were born here. Just the fact that we were born in the country, we should have had those things. But people had to fight and die for it. And those same people, some of their grandparents are still here. Those things are being passed down. So what I struggle with, what I get confused with again, is like when we find ourselves trying to break down a nuance. And again, I understand what you're saying. I don't think they need more motivation to be ready for a race war, Ms. Fantastic. I don't think they're waiting for black people to celebrate something for them to say, okay, now it's time to pop off. It's already in the back of their mind. They don't need us to motivate them for that. I don't think black people laughing online changes anything that was already in place. These conversations about race wars and stuff have been happening before this situation happened to Charlie Kirk. They don't need, because they see a couple of black people laughing on the internet. They're not all of a sudden now going, hey y'all, now it's time to fight back because they laughing at us. It ain't shit changed. So when I see black people kind of holding up that mantle in that way, I'm like, what are y'all looking at? What America are y'all living in? Where us laughing is now going to motivate them to do what they've been doing.
Well, yeah, that wasn't the way I was going, but it's just you brought up a good point, so I'll say this, right? And I'm gonna go back to the military aspect of it. There's this scene, I don't know if it was a movie or something that's on and so forth, and they was telling, every time you kill one insurgent, right? When the whole Afghanistan thing was going on, post 9/11 or whatnot, what tell you, they say you kill one, you create 5, right? So people don't understand radicalization, right? A lot of people, for the most part, are somewhere in the middle, and then the extremists are, very, very few and far between. Once you see, it only takes you some certain amount of shit, right? Of course, with a lot of y'all, and my thing is, a lot of people don't experience the racism directly, or they ever see it in their own life. They just read a history book, they watch a movie, they hear a story, and now all white people racist. Okay, now I'm not speaking to you directly, Shy, but I'm just saying, for most niggas, you ain't never been spit on. You ain't never had to step off no sidewalk. You ain't had no threats of being lynched. None of this shit. You ain't had no canines and no dogs being sicked on you. None of that shit, right? And I think that, and all that, mind you, I gotta say this, all that's super duper fucked up, right? But it's something that happened and we can't undo it. What happens is niggas carry this motherfucking auxiliary trauma, as I like to fucking call it, from the previous generations, as if they did it on their own, right? And now you apply it to a group of people that are, I mean, by all accounts, we know, let's just say it's fair to say they're not slave masters at this point, right? Is that okay? Is that too coonish? Does it say they're not slave masters and lynching in the masses? I think that's fair to say, right? So my point is that once you look at this shit from the actual real time perspective and what's really, really going on, bro, all right, there are people that aren't racist. And there are people that have superseded racism. They granddaddy was a racist. They granddaddy was a whole KKK member, right? And they cool with black people. But all it takes is for a nigga to do the wrong thing. And now, fuck it, my granddaddy was right. So it's the radicalization of certain things, bro. And it happens to all of us. It may be some shit that you're completely, totally fine with. But one event happens and now you're like, man, fuck them people. Or fuck that right there. Fuck that dog. Fuck these cars. A brand of car. A shot. For example, fuck a Cadillac, shot. Never. Had a motherfucking Cadillac with a fucking North Star engine. Worst fucking shit ever. I didn't know until after it was too late. So you know what? For me, it's up and stuck with fucking Cadillac. Not get none of my money. All I'm saying is this is a situation to where one nigga represents all or most. Even though, like you said, there are far more white people doing this shit. It's far more liberals and extremists, leftist motherfuckers, is more political than racist. But now it's like, hey, that white person that works at HR, right? That was cool and had an opportunity and chance. Now, oh hell no, these niggas celebrating fucking Charlie Kirk getting murdered. Fuck, I ain't hiring no more niggas. Or I'm hiring the bare minimum that I can hire. You know what I'm saying? For the sake of not clearly being racist. And that's what I'm looking at, Shad. I'm looking at the residuals of this shit, not only just the direct of it. I understand how just a lot of this shit, man. And most people, you know what I mean? It's not no shot, you know what I'm saying? But most people just think surface level and immediate. I'm really trying to look at this shit up until the day I leave the motherfucking earth. Most importantly, not just for me. I got kids and grandkids I plan on having, right? And I want the best for them and the best experience, not over some dumb, stupid shit that I fucking did or said.
No, and again, I understand what you're talking about from a strategy standpoint. I even mentioned this in the Discord, right? I got this thing I say it's like the weight of blackness, where we are always held responsible for the actions of one. But then you look at this scenario right now, right? Another white male committing a heinous act, and it'll still just be a white male committing a heinous act. We're not gonna have a conversation the way we do here and break down the black family and why things are the way they are and how a single mom can't raise a male properly. We're not gonna break down that white male philosophy and psychology and why do they tend to go do the things they do just because they disagree with somebody. And so again, I don't think, and then this man as a black person talking to black people, they don't need our help. They don't need our help to think the way they think, to move how they move and hiring and how they think about the masses. They don't need our help, Mr. Fantastic. And I don't think what has happened over a few days changes anything. That's what I'm saying. So again, I guess my concern is it's like when I see black people having all this grace for things that happen, and again, I understand it's God-fearing people, right? Like death and all those things. It should be thoughts and prayers for that. But I just notice sometimes, bro, we way more softer with other people than we are with our own people. And then when the history shows what the hell has happened to us, it's just hard for me to like rationalize it.
Well, I'm saying this, then we'll pass it, right? I think you're literally talking about what HAMP says all the time. We're just like we're only care about each other for the most part. We're overly critical of ourselves because that's how you get better. I don't give a fuck about what white people got going on for real outside of their interactions and their effect and the impact they have on black people. You know what I'm saying? I don't got no beef with them. But at the same time, I'm not this, Steven ass nigga to where I'm looking for I'm retired. I'm purposely not working right now because I want to do what the fuck I want to do when the fuck I want to do it, get everything I need to get in line to where if and when I do go work a job, it's on my terms. How the fuck I want to do it, how much money I want to get paid, and so on and so forth, right? I've done this shit, been there, done that. Somebody always have to tell you what to do, right? But I'm just looking at this shit, bro, from we talk about black people because we black. I don't know enough. I don't know enough about the inner workings of the white man, and I don't inquire and ask questions to know. Well, what do you think about this? Bro, this is something we always know. Who serial killer? Who we say it is? Chad.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So I think it's already pretty much figured. Sniper. I mean, we only had one black one in the history of the whole country.
Yeah. Right? Okay. And I'm with you, but we talk about it in our small circles, right? But we'll come to the internet and blast each other to fucking smithereens in these topics, right? We'll talk about but we won't. And I'm saying we as far as like just what has happened so far, because I'm sure HAMP was willing to cut their record button and have them conversations. But in mass, we're not sitting around breaking down the psychology of the white male serial killer and why they do that and why Jeffrey Dahmer, when he killed 17 people, he gets celebrated, and it's one of the top shows that Netflix has ever put out, right? We turn it to entertainment. We're interested in their murder and how they do things. We have history lessons and AP history about the plundering they've done in the world. But when it comes to black people, we savages and we just bad. That's what it often seems like when I hear us have these conversations. But I'll pass it on, man.
Okay, I think it's an interesting dialogue. There's definitely things that could be added to that. But Mufasa and 1015, you guys aren't handcuffed to what they were conversing about. Although it is interesting, there were several things that I kind of talked about on this stream. Mufasa, what's goody?
What's popping with you, brother? Good morning, man.
Everything's
What's up, Mufasa? What's up with y'all, man? Hey, I think this is a very important conversation that we need to be having. It's kind of gonna be on the same strain of what they were talking about. I heard, Shaw was talking about giving grace, and like I said, I'm a little different now. This is the reason why I think we should give some grace. Some, now I don't mean a lot, because according to Charlie Kirk, I'm kind of like with HAMP, man. I mean, I knew about him, but I didn't watch him. So do I really care in the grand scheme of things? Not really. I'm not gonna act like I do. I'll be lying to act like, oh my God, I'm like, I really don't care. But it is something that gives me pause for cause where I say, okay, we should take a minute, because as far as political violence and freedom of speech, my question is, if we don't stand up and say, hold on, we had to stand up and say, no, we're not for any political violence. Where's our next generation of political leaders and commentators going to come from? Because we can't have them scared to talk. And I'm not talking about, forget them for a minute, the white folks. I know that they look at us as sometimes that we're radical. Sometimes what we say they don't like. So, you know, if we got to get to the point, we say, hold on, we can't stand up. We can't have this kind of environment because our leaders coming up. I don't want you turning guns on them because you probably gonna look at them and think what they saying ain't the best thing to say. And we need to stand for an environment that no political violence. Because don't turn that gun around on us. It's about our freedom of speech also. You know, so I think sometimes we got to stand up and say, look, I don't like that. We don't like him. We don't support nothing he say. But we got to stand against the political violence so that our young brothers and sisters feel like they can talk, because that's how we bounce ideas against each other. We got to see what each other is saying. So we can't have anybody afraid to talk. Every idea put on the table, and we have to foster that environment. And even if that means us standing up saying, look, we don't like Charlie Kirk. We really don't care about Charlie Kirk. But that is unacceptable. We have to find a way to make that unacceptable in our discourse. That's what I wanted to start with, man.
I think that's fair, Mufasa. Again, for me, just the way I said it to Mr. Fantastic, man, I just wish we had groups of people outside of Black people advocating for us that way. Because the killing of political advocates, that ain't a Black person thing. We don't do that. We let people get their shit off. I mean, I'm sure there are instances of it happening, but we're not killing people because they have different opinions.
Well, no, Sean, you're right. We're not. But don't you think we should stand up the most? Because we lost a generation of leaders because of what they did to MLK and Malcolm X. We lost a generation because of political violence. So we should be the first one to stand up and say, this ain't the kind of climate we trying to be in. We stand against this. This ain't what we do. This is something that other communities do. And maybe Sean, you know what, maybe we shouldn't point the finger, because I'm thinking like we should point the finger like, no, it's y'all. It's y'all, man. We don't do this mess. Y'all done did it to us. But, you know, maybe pointing the finger might not be the best thing. Now I'm thinking through it in real time.
I just think that we just need to keep edifying our youth, man. Because if you look through the history, even when you're being taught in school, they tell you the history. It's always been volatile. Politically, the first wars was what? Over religion. So we have to just teach our kids. We have to talk to the youth. We have to spread this word. But we can't have them live in fear. We can have them be in a word, but we don't have to teach them to live in fear. Speak your mind. Say what you need to say. Now we can make sure that we teach them better etiquette, but you can't have them just walking around scared. It's already enough going on. So we just need to keep expressing that, hey, this is what has happened, but you got to tell them about the past to make sure what's going on in the present doesn't happen in the future. So we just have to be mindful of that. We too fear-based. We have to be stronger. And it's going to take a lot of us to do it together. But we just can't have them living in fear. There's nothing wrong with saying what the hell they did. Yeah, he did get taken out by one of his own. So this is a teachable moment now.
I don't understand it though. How is it a teachable moment? The thing is, it's like this. MLK got killed by who? Same description. When you look at, you feel what I'm saying, this whole thing, no, we have to say this is a y'all problem. If we don't say that this is a y'all problem, the problem is just going to keep going on, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, what's good, big dog?
What's popping?
Hey, man, what I don't like is how these niggas chalking everything up to people don't like his political stance and his First Amendment right. Everybody know, bro, this shit is about disrespect, my nigga. This shit ain't got nothing to do, like, because he got a different viewpoint. Like, this dude just brought up MLK, bro. Like, MLK wasn't disrespecting nobody, my nigga. Who was MLK disrespecting when he talked, bro? Even a white boy said he shot him because he was preaching hate and he stood for hate. That's why the white boy said he shot him, bro. It had nothing to do. Oh, he shot him because he was a
It's still
conservative.
freedom of speech.
I mean, but listen to what I'm saying though, bro. Like, I know. But what I'm saying though, bro, you making it seem like it's all political, bro. A lot of it coming from disrespect, bro. That's why your elders, bro, the OGs, they tell you. I don't know what your OGs told you, but from the environment I come from, they told me, bro, you gotta respect motherfuckers, bro. Don't go out here just talking crazy. Don't go out here disrespecting niggas, cause niggas will send you to the trauma unit.
So was he not
Niggas,
having a respectful debate?
bro, like, see, that's what I'm saying, bro. It seemed like y'all.
Regardless
Hold
if you
on, bro.
like
I'm
what he
talking,
said or
fool. I'm
not.
talking. It just seemed like y'all just getting hip to who this dude was, bro. This debate shit is like the new sector of Charlie Kirk. This nigga been around way before this college debate shit, bro. This nigga been way more. It been disrespectful way before this shit, bro. And the shit he say is hella toxic, my nigga. And then like Buddy said, he don't want black people coming on and making fun of the situation because he don't want us looking crazy. But these same niggas follow Charleston White. Charleston White get on the internet, say fuck Nipsey Hussle, fuck his kids, I spit on a nigga grave. Don't none of these niggas speak out on Charleston White, bro. And this nigga come through and disrespect niggas. And like I said, the Charlie Kirk nigga, bro. Like, you see how many black people up here, they going hard in the paint for this nigga, bro. And it's like, this how I know he got their minds corrupted. And if he able to corrupt this many black people minds, I can only imagine what he doing to like the other races. How many of them people he changing their minds? Like, I know they gonna say we harping on the black pilot shit, right? But these last couple days, right, I've been hearing people bring up the black pilot shit, and every black conservative that's in earshot of that shit say, hey man, I mean, I agree with him. Like, if it's a black pilot, then I'm gonna be nervous. I'm gonna wonder if he's certified. I'm gonna wonder if he's certified. It's like, damn, that shit crazy because these same people, they go around criticizing black people. They criticize the black youth, saying shit like, oh, everybody wanna be rappers. Everybody wanna be ball players, TikTok stars, this bullshit, that bullshit. But when a nigga want to do something to defeat the odds, like be a surgeon, be a pilot, now niggas want to question his credentials. Now niggas think he ain't smart enough to do the shit. So it's like, what these niggas want us to do, bro? We can't win for losing. What they want us to do, bro? That's why I ain't said Buddy should have died, but I feel like his rhetoric definitely needed to be stopped, bro. Because like I said, shit like that. Why you got a problem with a black pilot, but at the same time you criticizing the young people, saying all they want to do is be entertainers. But when a nigga be a pilot, now you questioning whether this nigga can actually, he's smart enough to do the job. And that's coming from this white boy, the shit that he putting in the air, bruh. It's deeper than just,
Let's get up.
what's up?
Yeah. No, 10-15. I think that I wasn't trying to stop you. I just think that you've encompassed your argument pretty well. You know what I'm saying? To get a response now.
Okay.
Yeah, because 10-15, I think one thing that you introduced just candidly was disrespect. I don't know if anybody said that yet. Like just in that manner, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
They just say he's racist. You're saying comparatively he's disrespectful. Martin Luther King wasn't. I haven't listened to him enough to understand, you know what I mean? But I know you usually think about what you're saying before you say the shit. So did anybody want to reply?
Yeah. So first off, no, bro, you're right. Niggas listen to Charleston White and applaud Charleston White. I've directly came out and said I can't follow or consider or take any nigga serious that promotes the sexual violation of babies and infants. So again, if you're talking about niggas, I think you're right. Okay, but then you're bringing up another issue and problem of how niggas don't even understand of choosing leaders. Okay, the disrespect part, again, like I said, man, if y'all deem anything racist is going to be disrespectful, got it right. Even I guess the DEI shit, that was a conversation that was being had, right? My thing is, again though, you said it needed to be stopped, and that's where it's crazy. Okay, if you're and it sounds like, I'm not saying this is what you were saying, but when you say it needed to be stopped, it sounds like you're either justifying or you're excusing him the way that it was stopped. That's outrageous, brother, because that's literally what you can't bring up MLK, right, who was killed for his speech, right, and killed for what he was saying and his message, but then say, oh, it needed to be stopped for Charlie Kirk. It's just contradictory as fuck. It's hypocritical, bro.
I mean, do you agree with the black pilot shit?
Do I agree with the black pilot shit as far as what?
Being nervous, you gonna question whether the nigga qualified. Do you
No,
agree
I've
with
never.
that?
No, I don't. Being that I'm in the aviation community for the most part, if you're a pilot, you're not really cutting corners on that. So I mean, I kind of have like a unfair advantage, I guess. I don't ever get on a plane and even look at who the pilot is.
Well, most black conservatives for sure, they agree with that shit. And the reason why I'm saying that type of rhetoric gotta get stopped, it can't get pushed, is because, like I said, if he can change the minds of black people like this, imagine what he doing to the rest of the world, bro. Then it's really gonna be hard for us to prevail, my nigga. Like, if they listening to people like this, bro, they ain't gonna trust our
Yeah,
brightest
but I need
people
you to
to
answer my
do their
question though. Before
job.
you, it's like I'm not saying you're avoiding the question, but
What's
now
that?
I'm
What's the
asking you
question?
directly. So are
What?
you saying him being killed, stopping it by killing him is justified?
No. I said I ain't saying that the man should have been killed, but I do think the shit that he was spreading, it needed to stop. Like, that shit
Okay,
needed to
but
stop. I mean,
those two things really can't exist at the same time. But we'll just go from there, right? So
I mean, it's a way to silence a motherfucker without killing him. You know what I'm saying? But look, hold on. But this is what I said right here. If people
Trey,
are listening to,
hold
if
on. Let
people listen
me.
to this rhetoric, bro, where they questioning whether niggas can do their job, it might be hard for brothers to get hired places that want to be a surgeon, that want to be a pilot, because now motherfuckers got in the back of their head what this nigga just said, and they don't think a nigga can really do the job.
Well,
So
no,
now it's gonna be
that's
harder
the
for them
thing.
to utilize their skills.
No, so this is the thing, right? So anytime you're talking highly skilled jobs and things, for the most part, there's not going to be, and there can't be corners cut. Okay. Again, my understanding was the direct conversation, or a lot of the DEI conversations were in reference to some or one or some airlines that specifically said, HAMP said this the other day. If I can find it, I'm on my phone, I'll find it and I'll push it up or whatever to bring it up. But there were airlines that were saying, hey, we're going to hire people based off demographics, woman, person of color, all that shit. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what was going on during like the whole Biden administration. I don't know if a lot of people remember the surgeon, I think the Surgeon General was a trans person, bro. The person over everybody's health was a trans person.
That shit weak. But what I'm saying is, just because they upping in the hiring in minorities, what they got to do with anything? That don't mean they ain't qualified to do it. So what's the problem with them saying they gonna
Well,
hire
no,
more
well, it's
minorities?
not that they're not qualified to do it. Is that, again, you're basically saying we're not looking for skills, ability, and competence.
No. They are looking for skills and ability, because they just ain't gonna
No,
hire anybody. They know how this hiring shit go, and they know a lot of black people get looked over, bro. Like they said, bro. Like you said, a lot of these white folks is racist, bro. They know how this hiring shit go,
no,
bro.
I got
A
you.
lot of
But
niggas get looked over. You still gotta have the credentials. They ain't finna just hire you because you goddamn filled out the application.
yeah, but when you say it though, and when you say that, you give room for that to be said. You're saying that you're putting the most important thing that you're putting over everything, and like I said, especially, and again, we're talking about pilots, right? So something that's highly, highly skilled, and it's like the less than 1% of people on the planet, right? You don't want that to be any of the criteria. The criteria would simply be, hey, this person is a damn good pilot. This person's a damn good surgeon. Once you start adding all the extra shit in there, and again, like I said, I think it's overblown. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna pass it, right? As big as Charlie Kirk's thing was, I think he had 2 million followers. Bro, there are 400 some million people in the motherfucking United States of America. Clearly, over half of them didn't like the man. You know what I mean? We get from his own race. So this influence that we think that you're gonna have a lot of the times outside of just this and back and forth content and rhetoric is really not that far, bro. Like I said, I promise you, if you fly within maybe 10 times a year, you're gonna see a black pilot. Even if he's not flying your plane, you'll see a black pilot going to get on a plane. So that's why I'm saying it's just really not as big as we trying to make it out to be. Like this dude is just this, you know.
I mean, I'm just going off what these people saying on YouTube, but like I said, man, my people always told me to be respectful, bro. Like, they told me I can't just say whatever I want. That's what they told me. We got the freedom of speech. We got that. They know that. But they always told me, bro, I can't do that shit because that shit gonna get me into some shit that I might can't get out of, bro.
No, I
People
agree,
gotta.
but once we take it out of the street and we take it to the political aspect of it and we take it to a platform, those rules don't and shouldn't apply, bro. You shouldn't be able to fight this whole content shit, bro. Like you said, Charleston White. Should a nigga smoke Charleston White? Charleston White has said far
I
more
mean, if
egregious,
a nigga
directly
smoke, I
egregious
ain't gonna
things.
lie. If a nigga smoke Charleston White, bro, I would probably feel the same way as Charlie Kirk. I wouldn't give a fuck if niggas was clowning a nigga.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
you
probably.
though. You. What would niggas say though?
But you gotta understand, bro. Like that's how this world work, my nigga. You
Yeah,
can't
what would
expect
niggas say though?
empathy, my nigga, when you run around here goddamn acting a fool and niggas trying to tell you like, yo, bro, chill out. That shit disrespectful. Like niggas ain't respecting that shit, bro. Chill out. And nigga, fuck y'all niggas. Hey, nigga, fuck all that shit.
And let me
All
ask you
right,
a
and when you
question.
die, niggas gonna have that same cold heart for your ass, bro.
Let me
And
ask you
don't.
a question. Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
Is that a one-to-one comparison?
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk and Charleston White?
Because I would feel the same way, bro.
As racist as they claiming him to be, yeah,
Motherfucker
it
get his
should be.
dome knocked off, bro, I'm not gonna give a fuck. If niggas is on here clowning that nigga, I'm gonna be laughing. All that shit. Cause it's like, nigga, this is the energy you put out, bro. Like, this is the energy you put out, bro. Niggas was trying to get you to stop that shit, bro. Your whole fucking career, my nigga. And all you did was ignored it and kept up with the disrespect. So when you die, niggas is gonna try to keep that. They gonna try to make your people feel bad, bro. Cause your people didn't stop you from doing that shit.
Well, I
So
think a better comparison would be Dr. Umar Johnson, not Charleston White, because Dr. Umar be saying Neanderthal, cave beast, talking, you know what I mean, all of that stuff, and he's somebody who's pro-black that blacks like. So I think that'll be a better. So my thing is, if somebody came and offed him, I think we would have an issue. So that's why I think we should stand up on each side and say, let's not do this either way.
I mean, bruh, we been saying that, but niggas kept on doing it, bruh. This is the keep your energy portion of the shit. You know what I'm saying? People warn you, people ask you, and all you do is ignore it. People ask you, bro. So niggas is waiting for their turn to fucking spit on your grave, nigga. Cause we was telling you how hurtful that shit was, and you ignored it, bro. So now niggas want your family to feel that same pain that we felt, nigga.
But is that basically telling somebody to be quiet? Don't
That's
talk.
basically saying stop being disrespectful, my nigga. You can get your point across without I can't breathe by saying shit like that. I can't breathe. There's a boot on my neck. Like you ain't gotta say goofy ass shit like that, bro. Ain't nobody said don't. You ain't gotta keep your opinion to yourself. But why you gotta be disrespectful, my nigga?
Well, who decides who? Go ahead.
Mufasa, I want y'all to keep talking, right? Here's the thing that Shad said that I think I want to make sure is at least considered. Respectful or not, the results didn't change for so-called black people. Suits, you still got bit by a dog and they still did XYZ. No suits, they still see. That was an interesting point that I just wonder, maybe I'm inserting it pause at the wrong time. But I'm kind of listening, and he was just saying, regardless of what was happening, it was still lit for niggas.
Just like with the job, no matter what, nigga can be a pilot. They still talking shit. But on the other hand, they criticizing us because niggas want to be rappers. Like it goes with what Shy said, bro. We can't win for losing, bro. No matter what, they always gonna find something wrong in what we do, bro.
I just noted that 13% of the population, we not gonna decide what's radical. It ain't gonna be us. So, you know, when we get to talking, and my thing is they gonna turn this right back on us because we the minority. They gonna decide what's radical, and when they turn that scope on us, that's what I'm worried about.
Hey, Mufasa, when the scope get turned off? What time period was that?
You said when the scope been turned off. My thing is,
when they take the scope off.
Well, my thing, I think we're a part of a system. I think we're a part of it. My thing is, I think we try to work outside of the system when we've always been a part of it. So when we look at, my thing is, when they talk about us, we are part of America. They're always going to be the scope on us because we are part of this. They can't separate themselves from us. So, my thing is, it's always going to be a scope on us because we're here. We're a part of it.
No, for sure. I agree with you there.
Let me read these real quick, please. In saying with the $5, Black people, please stop looking only as far as the tip of our nose. Look to the horizon of what events could mean. The bigger picture matters. Willie F. Beeman with the $5. Indians didn't enslave or oppress Black people. White people did. Callie Bev with the $2. Shad, your beard is messing up your mic. It's good now, though. Yeah, and I had turned it down a little bit too on this side. Imperial with the $10 says, where your rights end, mine begin. There are such things as fighting words. If what you said would make someone want to fight, you might as well have hit them. You do not have the right to say whatever. Taroos with the $5. Fantastic should be happy Kirk's shooter was a qualified white guy instead of a DEI hire. Kirk would have been worried if it was a Black dude. Kirk's words. Willie MF Beeman with the $5 says, Black people celebrate the demise of anyone that criticizes them or holds them accountable. Kevin Samuels got the same amount of joy in his passing. Aaron with the $2 says, don't white people hold trauma and stereotypes of Black people? Aaron with the $2 says, every race looks at us weird. Where they got it from? Trigger Mike with the $5 says, not true, Shah. When a mass shooting happens at a school, we already know a white man did it. We attribute that behavior to them specifically. True or false? You want to respond to this? We can't hear you.
As a country, I get it. Yeah, we might have anecdotal discussions here and there, but as a country, I've never seen America break down the white male psychology, the lone, this idea of the lone wolf. You know what I mean? It's reduced. What they do is reduce. But again, we'll talk about the YNs and how they're unredeemable. It's the conversation's not the same. Have we had conversations? Yes, but it's not the same.
Can I throw a little Arnie in there?
Huh?
What's going on? Good morning. Now I want to throw a little Arnie in there from that comment.
What?
The last words that man said was literally him shifting the conversation from somebody asking him about mass shootings to him going to gang shootings. And he knew exactly what that person was talking about. But to deflect, his last words were to, oh, well, are we including gang shootings? And you knew exactly what that person was talking about. So that literally leads to what Shah's talking about is whenever that conversation comes up, there's a way for them to shift it.
Aaron with the $2, I got you. Aaron with the $2 says, just in, Trump is sending National Guard to Memphis. Okay. The AP, what up, AP with the $5 says, no disrespect, 1015. Charlie Kirk said that's the same ish many of the men say on these panels. Is that also hate? Help us understand where you draw the line. I actually said that last night. 1015, you want to respond to this?
But what he mean as many men, what are people saying on the panel? I don't come on here and hear people like discussing white people like that.
No. So what some of the rhetoric of Charlie Kirk outside of like the Black people would be like fatherless homes, you know what I mean? Like that, those type of things, anti-abortion, stuff like that you would hear on the panel essentially.
Yeah, we know a lot of that. We do contribute a lot of that to self-hate. Like when it's like the focal point of everything, niggas can't talk about no positive, niggas ain't got no solutions. All they want to do is focus on the negative. We do consider that as self-hate. We do.
Okay. El Castigato. No, that's how you retort that, right? That's what he asked. And I think you retorted it with something of substance. You didn't say nothing crazy. El Castigato with the $5 says, this isn't a race issue. Charlie Kirk's content was not based in race. This is Christianity under attack. The young generations have lost the faith. In saying with the 2000s, Farrakhan is a better example. Maybe even What did he say?
Roland Martin.
Roland Martin. Okay.
Roland Martin's probably the best example.
Okay, that's a good one.
Okay. Aaron with the $2 says freedom of speech. Kids talk to your parents crazy. Mike Brown with the $5 says, is a white politician today more afraid of black people in DC or a white man at a town hall political event? That's a great question. That is a great question.
Well,
man.
they don't even freaking where we be at, so they ain't got no reason to be scared of us anyway.
Yeah,
I remember the last time I'd have seen a politician anywhere around me.
So let me baseline this, man. Salute to, well, was the conversation, Shy, you was about to say something, innit?
And I'm good. You good? Keep it going.
Well, because there's a couple of things I had touched on, pause, right? One, the archetype, right, that got glossed over because we keep talking about what Charlie Kirk said about black people, right? But the archetype that's willing to shoot in this manner, do these type of things, is prevalent, and it has been for a while, but it kind of get glossed over a little bit. It kind of get glossed over a tad bit, you know, in my estimation. The first thing I opened up with is we talking about the fever pitch that we in, right? About the potential of stuff to fall apart, right? Who really ready for that though? We spend a lot of time talking about these things. Who actually has any level of preparation up to us being fat and out of shape overwhelmingly? Right? Just start there. Not even with the guns and all that. Just when the last time you sprinted? You know? Yeah, who? Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Cowabunga. You know what I mean? You qualify for that. But I'm just looking at a couple different things in a couple different ways, you know? And so we can continue this conversation if y'all think it's substantive, but there's a whole lot more that I think we didn't dive into.
Well,
you know,
I think
the archetype, and then are we ready? And then what this does to people who aren't afraid to share their opinions, because this might be risky channel, but Tommy come up here, Aaron come up here, Shy come up here, Trey always late, but he come up here, Mr. Williams, chaotic or I'm saying chaotic, Mufasa, right? He got his own channel. It's real political, right? 1015 say what the fuck he want to say. Taruf say what the fuck he want to say. How now again? That's a huge figure, right? Charlie Kirk in comparison, but what make that not you? Right? It only take one motherfucker to be in proximity to you and not like what you say. So these are the things I'm trying to look at. But y'all, you know what I mean? Go ahead, Tommy.
I think what happens when like things like this happen is we have kind of like this imaginary thing of like, oh, they're gonna get together and do this, and this, right? We got multiple people on here that was in the military. Some of y'all was in there right after 9/11, right? What was the enlistment like back then? I can tell you, they were giving out bonuses. You know why? Because it was down. Because all of these red-blooded Americans that love America and don't tread on me and yada, 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 I got offered, 5 figures if I would have took a certain job because they didn't have people coming in there. In my estimation, I thought it should have been a waiting list, how much I hear some of these people talk about. But I say that to say that most of these people ain't about to bust a grape in a fruit fight. It's just how it is. It's how most people are in general. And in that situation right there should have been, the green flag for all of these people that we talk about out there in the country and stuff that just love them some America and all this and that. Where was they at? Because they wasn't lining up to sign up. So it's like, so if you ain't willing to fight for that, I don't believe that you're willing to crack some shit off over here.
I ain't gonna hold you. When I joined, you can barely get in that motherfucker. Now they giving out bonuses.
What year you joined?
I joined in 09. Like niggas could barely
Okay,
get in
see,
that
that was
bitch,
9
bro.
years
Like,
later. No, I'm talking about right after the attack. So I joined 03. They were still giving out bonuses.
But I joined in 06.
Let me get these in real quick. I just want to make sure I read these in context and y'all can have it back at it, right? Philosophical, what up, Illa? With the $5 says we shouldn't be celebrating his death or being upset at black people who don't care about. Both things can coexist. Curtis with the $2 says what we should ask is where is our Charlie Kirk? I want to respond to that directly. Well, you know what? I'll wait. Go ahead, y'all.
Real quick, what Tommy said was correct. Unfortunately, and this gets to my bigger. By the way, good afternoon, panel. Nice, everybody. Got to be respectful. Tommy, being in service, forgot to tell everybody that a lot of these dudes come from an environment where this is what they was born and raised in. You get what I mean? And so, like, HAMP, a lot of these situations when you're dealing with this sort of idea about who's ready, the reality is you're not really going to know who's ready because people can't even define who the enemy is. I mean, let's be clear, respectfully, somehow, some way, we got black people arguing with other black people about a white-on-white crime, right? Forgetting the fact that every single conflict in American history has been primarily, if you look at the stats, mostly white people fighting other white people. If we just break it down to a race ethnic standard. When you break it down, it's white terrorists, extremists committing acts of violence against other white people, a la the Oklahoma City bombing. A lot of these places are happening radicalized in good old white rural suburbs. A lot of these different places, I mean, for God's sakes, guys, the shooter, the information, 1015, I think this was getting to your point, the shooter, his dad turned him in. And dear old dad, guys, cop. Right? So he comes from a good cop background, hunting background. This guy's from the middle red state, Utah. And so this is what sometimes I get mad that we as the black community get lumped in and we get sucked in, because I have to ask my general black community, what the hell are we supposed to do about some radicalized white boys in the middle of fucking Utah? How are we supposed to reach out to them? That gets to our broader point that we have to learn about our fellow Americans, because like it or not, my fellow Black Americans, we are only 13% of the population, which means in order for any of these policies that we want to get passed and everything, we got to worry about them. And guess what they fucking up to right now? And that gets to Shaw's broader point. We actually need to be having conversations, even amongst black panels like this, about the psychology of these white extremists, because guess what? For whatever's going on right now, guys, it's not getting better. And the white people who are supposed to be responsible for this are not doing their jobs properly. Like it or not, guess what? It always falls down to in this country.
And I just want to add to Taru's point, because I said this yesterday in the Discord. Like, I feel like everybody, as a citizen, you have your defining moment. And for me, when them 24, 25 small white babies got massacred in that classroom and America didn't do anything about it, Obama was on TV crying about it, and nothing really changed significantly, I was like, this where we at? So that's why I said when we started talking about, oh, we got to be careful because what's going to happen, and we got to be what? 25 white kids got killed in America said, hey, this is a part of it. Hey, we got guns. It's a part of it. So if they ain't worried about them, come on, man.
Hell, hey, Shad, he said out his own mouth that it was worth it to have the Second Amendment. It was worth lives being taken. That's a quote from him.
And this is what I'm saying about our community.
Oh, my bad, Will. My bad, Will.
This is what I'm saying about our community. It's even in the Bible. Train up a child. We have to do the training for our people, for our youth. That's how we get past this. This is how we pay attention. The same thing we was talking about the girl on the train. Teach your kids how to maneuver, because anything can happen. And I'm sure if you're a father or a parent, that's what you're doing now. You're prepping them, but you teach them to pay attention. That's what we have to do. We have to educate our children and our race, especially us black men. That's how we take the lead. They'll follow, but we just have to be persistent with it. Can't have a meeting just to have a fucking meeting and ain't no work going into it. Just talking. Like I said, even with this voting stuff, we have to vote. You just can't talk about it or what have you. That's how we win out. That's how we get the things that we want. But just being lazy about it and all we do is talk, that's the problem. But we have to educate our youth. And we have to take them back. We have to take our youth back for what the hell's going on out here. Because it's a trend now. And you know what we love to do? We love to follow trends. Somebody can make stupid ass TikTok and guess what? We all doing it. We have to do better. I don't give a damn about what the white folks' agenda is. What is ours?
Another thing I was thinking about, because I understand it and support, particularly as a writer, right? I understand the First Amendment and I think it's valuable. But I will say for me personally, before I came to, this might be a risky platform and start engaging with folks on, different topics. I mean, growing up in Jackson, Mississippi, you had to watch your mouth. You couldn't just say it how you wanted to say it. You had to be careful depending on who you're in front of. There were actual real life consequences for communicating in certain ways. So I'm wondering, and I haven't heard enough of Charlie Kirk's rhetoric to necessarily say he's what I'm talking about. But I often do wonder, the way we have conversations, the way we correct to make society better, maybe it matters more than we want to accept, because we want to be able to just say what we want to say. And right, you shouldn't be murdered for saying what you want to say. But I don't think that's the reality that we live in. And now I'm kind of bringing it away from his scenario and talking about how we talk to each other. Because I guess we don't think that someone's capable of killing somebody because we're here talking about, how people's behavior can be better or whatever it is. But it does make me wonder, maybe as the adults in the room right now, maybe this is a moment we could step back and say, all right, is there any correction that could be discussed for how we engage in conversation with each other about these hot topics or these very polarizing topics that we discuss on these panels? That is something that I'm thinking about now.
Well, I wanted to get up here a little bit earlier, but Fantastic was 1,000% wrong about the First Amendment. I literally just read an article about a Fed worker. So we're talking about even the government now, that they just suspended them for something that they said about Charlie Kirk. Freedom of speech. The NBA and NFL alone will show you that Fantastic is 100% wrong with the First Amendment, because they for sure tell them what the fuck they can and can't say. The cancel culture wouldn't even be a thing if you couldn't face a penalty off of what you said. That's literally what it's based off of. So literally everything he said about the First Amendment was off, because we literally watch the news every day and watch somebody face a consequence based off of what they said. So, but off of what you saying, Shad, we're in I put it like this. This is how I look at it. And some people are not gonna like it, is what it is. The moment we started accepting the wild behavior from Trump, we opened up Pandora's box. And I say that because Trump can do the wildest tweet right now and we'll just move past it. Whereas his first term, we used to be like, oh my God, I can't believe the president's talking. Now it's just the norm. He literally got off Air Force One and cussed. It tripped me out, because I'm like, of course, grown ass presidents cuss, but on camera, right, that shit was crazy. But that's our new normal. And even the way that he attacks people, et cetera, he just put, I don't know if it's a decision, but Charlie Kirk was just put on Air Force Two. They flew the flags half mast. He holds literally no office. A congresswoman was murdered and her husband, and they did not fly the flags at half staff. That's literally setting the environment right there. Just basic decorum. And why was that done like that? Because he did not agree with the congresswoman that got assassinated. So if that's how the leader is moving, then how do you think the followers are going to move? So people want to act like, That's not a thing. But I've told people since his first term, the man behaves in ways that if my children acted that way, they would be disciplined. And we're talking about the leader of the country. That's the environment we in right now.
Hey, Tommy, how many times where we would have been fired, all of us on this panel, had we fired off even one of them tweets or true socials that Trump has set off at 3 a.m.?
We don't even react anymore. We literally do not even react anymore. Oh, Trump tripping again. And you just go on with your day. The leader of the free world got off the plane and said, hey, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. I'm like, wait, what just happened? I feel like we're living in a cartoon. This shit's crazy.
Yep, I agree. It starts with the top, man. We had our vice president on Twitter just a couple days. If you guys ain't following along.
Hey, Taruz, I think you want Aaron to get in, bro. Aaron,
my bad.
Big Aaron. It's on you, Big Aaron.
Yeah, wait.
Oh, what's up, y'all? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What's going on? So, first thing, so much to address. I think it was a bad example to use the NFL and the NBA as an example of your First Amendment rights being infringed upon, because that you do you know what a non-disclosure agreement is? That doesn't restrict your
ADA.
right. So that doesn't restrict your First Amendment rights. What you're doing is you're signing over the right to say certain things in exchange for something else. So when you join the NBA or the NFL, you represent that organization, and there's certain things that you cannot say as a representative of that organization in exchange for the paycheck and the opportunity to earn that paycheck that they're going to extend to you. But that's you signing away that right. If you want to maintain your right, don't sign the dotted line. Right restored. Same thing going in the military. There's certain things you can't say in the military, but that doesn't mean we're turning into North Korea. Don't join the military. You can maintain your right. So that's not a bad. That's a horrible example to use, right? To say that we're eroding away the First Amendment right.
No, Aaron. I didn't say we were eroding away. I said the way that Fantastic explained it was wrong, because Fantastic was explaining it in a way that we're protected not only from the government, but we're also protected from private entities and stuff like that. And that's why I brought the NBA and NFL, because I'm like, no, they can tell you what to say and what not to say, and you'll be released. And not just them. I just use them because that's what we all see. But like I said, before I got on here, I just seen an article where a federal worker was just suspended based off of his comments towards dude.
Yes, federal workers. So that goes back to the analogy I made about work being in the military. That's a federal employee as well. You're representing the federal government, so you have to be able to restrict what's being said from those people. But that's not an erosion of their right. And private entities don't have any authority or jurisdiction to protect anyone's rights anyway. They can only offer you a contract where you would be required to sign away your own rights. But to enforce those rights, they have no jurisdiction to do so anyway, right? Hence the word private, right? What happens in the privacy within, right? So that's a mute argument. The other thing is, I don't know if maybe I'm restarting something old, but the whole pilot argument rubs me the wrong way. And this is as a member of the aviation community, there's nothing wrong with expecting a pilot to be able to fly a plane, regardless of their race. If you had asked me the same question you asked him, my response would have been the same. Is this joker qualified to keep this bird in the air? Right? Because it has nothing to do with the color of his skin. How would you feel about a white pilot? You should be able to fly. Huh?
He specifically said a black pilot.
You wouldn't have questioned if that white pilot was flying the plane.
Yes,
right?
yes. No. So let me correct you. If there's a pilot behind the stick, as a pilot, I need to be comfortable that they are proficient in aviation. Whether they're white, black, or anything, I'm questioning that.
You're
absolutely but by them having the job, by them already having the job, you would already think that in the first place, so you wouldn't question it. Right?
Yes, I would.
Charlie Kirk was, when he made that comment, Aaron, he was speaking to the fact that he wouldn't even question if it was a white pilot, his credentials. But because it's a black pilot, He's got to
Did he
wonder
say
if
that?
he's qualified.
Understood. Did he say that?
Yeah,
Yes, that's what they were talking about, Aaron.
He said a white wait. Let me clarify. He said a white pilot does not need. There's no question, but a black pilot needs to be questioned.
No,
Right,
okay,
that's
so
what they
he
were talking about.
specifically said,
Hold on,
okay, so his
y'all.
words for words, if it was a black pilot, I would have to question his credentials. I'd wonder if he's qualified.
So we got to
that
put the
implies,
context.
Aaron, that he doesn't question a white person's credentials.
Hold on, y'all got to put the context around it. That was a DEI argument. So it was deplorable for him to say that, right? But it was about I forget which airline saying that they're going to expedite the training process and use HBCUs in different places to expedite it, meaning that they won't even go through the exact same training. So, of course, nobody here is saying that anybody that goes through the same length of training, went to the same school to get the same certification, forget what he's talking about. He's wrong, right? But they were going to do it for black people and for women. I'm sorry, for black people and for women to expedite the process just to get them into the pilot program. Like, you know what I mean?
Right, Trigger Mike. So you're absolutely correct. But again, from Charlie Kirk's perspective, again, when you put the entire context, he's saying that from the standpoint of, he's saying that right now when it's white men mostly crashing the aircraft. So why are you so worried about DEI when it's people that look like you that's right now 99% responsible for the aircraft going down?
So that lets you.
It's just like how a white dude assassinated Charlie Kirk, and yet we here talking about what he said about black people.
So that lets you know right there, they don't care. So that's why, like, to even worry about. So this is what So first off, thank you for letting me on stage. What's happening, everybody? I'm creator, and I'm gonna always use the analogy rocket fuel, right? And we trying to get to the moon. I don't have rocket fuel for nobody else. It's like one of you asking me, bro, can I get some rocket fuel so that I can get to them? Huh? What we doing? What we talking about? You know what I'm saying? At some point, we don't have the energy. It's like kicking babies. At some point, we don't have the energy to even worry about that shit. Now, like somebody said earlier, it's cool, we just talking or whatnot. And we got to talk because, like I say, where's the we? When we say when we had these conversations, we got all black men on stage right now, right? Facing the place. These black men on stage, facing the place, right? So now, what is this we? We right here, but what are we? What is this? This is nothing. This is several black men on stage having a conversation. However, if this was several black men LLC having a conversation, now we different because now we're entity. We can when we go somewhere, we're identified and we playing the game that this country plays. That's why everybody treat us the way that we've been treated, because we not playing the game that was intended to play. The country is established on business. It's all about money. Everything's about revenue generating, and now it's about data. Fuck your money. We need data now. So now data is more valuable than the dollar, right? That's why they want all of us on here. We all been talking cash shit for a long time. Now they get to see creators' face. That's data, right? We can put a face to the actual voice now. So now how are we going to circumvent? When I say we, I'm talking about us who are in charge of black babies, black students, black mamas, black sisters. You understand? That's why I like rocket fuel to talk about another woman and what's going on is crazy to me. Rocket fuel to talk about Charlie Kirk and how fuck Charlie Kirk. He did his thing. He chose what he wanted to do and how he wanted to do it and how he wanted to go. Somebody said it earlier. He himself said that, you know what, those lives that were lost is well worth it for to maintain the liberty of carrying them guns. Meaning he stood on what he said, right? He stood vehemently on what he meant. Now, for us to have a discussion, and I think that was indicative of, okay, if this man can be killed or taken out for what he say, right? And he's pretty popular and he's traveling the country or whatnot, speaking his piece, then who are we?
Again, creator, that's
making the point.
I wanted to actually answer this because this gets to the broader point of why Roland Martin is the best creator, in my opinion. He's the best example we can make a comparison to Charlie Kirk. Here's why, again, we aren't at a threat because, creator, we don't bring in hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign funding every year. Creator, none of us on this panel are responsible for getting a bunch of Republicans elected or primaried. But you know who is? Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. You know who's responsible for getting people like Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a lot of these far-right crazies elected into the House? Charlie Kirk. The closest we have, creator, at least for the Black community, is Roland Martin.
It's a bad
I disagree, brother.
Can I make this?
My frat brother, and I don't even like that.
He can't be the Superman for our community, brother.
I want to make this one point. And then because I think it aligns with what Creator just said, but I think it's very important to say this because I get really annoyed with my people. Again, I love Black people to the death of me. It's just what it is, right? But I get annoyed with my people sometimes when they talk about what's not there instead of just saying, I don't know where to find it. I'm not a part of it. So I've been a part of This Might Be Risky for what, HAMP, 7 months. In that 7 months, the creator of this platform came to my movie screening, hopped on a plane from Houston, Texas, and flew to Mississippi to see me screen my first short film. Not only did he come see me screen my short film, he's also allowed me to use his platform to raise money for my second film. In addition to that, I found a mentor who's now teaching me how to code because I'm in government and it's real shaky and I want some new skills. So right now I found a mentor within This Might Be Risky to teach me how to code so I can be more attractive for jobs. I'm saying that to say, instead of us continuing to talk about what's not happening, look around you, bro. It's happening. You're just not a part of it. And we gotta like think a little bit deeper about these things and just be careful and slow down a little bit. It's a lot of great things that are happening in the Black community. Some of us are just not a part of them. So if you want to be a part of it, ask more questions and you'll find a group of people in this platform. We're talking about money. We're trying to figure out the plane is still being built, y'all. But we be so quick to cut everything down that's black. You just not a part of it. Just slow down a little bit. You'll find it.
Can I respond, please? Let me respond to that. And respectfully, this is not a debate between me and you. And respectfully, to assume that I'm not involved with anything, right, is crazy to me. To assume that I'm not, whatever, is crazy. And that should not be the conversation. My conversation is simple as this. Your daddy should have taught us all better. Your daddies, my daddy should have taught us all better so that you're not trying to go get no job from nobody, so that you learn how to go be the job for all of us, right? If you don't know, that's what in my tank top is what I do every day. I am the job for people. I pull up, make sure that they do what they're supposed to be. This is my business. I'm not going to get skills to work, and respectfully, anybody working for somebody, great. I'm glad you working. I chose not to work for someone. I chose not to be worried about if somebody has my balls, right, in their hands. I can't move like that, and I'm not going to teach my kids to move like that. What I'm going to do is teach my kids how to build their legacy and do what's called pre-retirement. Soon as you get a job, I don't care how old you are, you planning for your retirement. What does that look like, you ask? There are several ways what that look like. I ain't going to get into it right now, but that is one of the main issues with our community. The men that's leading our community, looking at one person to lead the community, it ain't the way they're going to work. It means all of us got to have capacity to teach our kids the same thing. So when they get with each other, the peer pressure between them is going to keep them on deck. Meaning, when we start talking math off the top of our dome and you don't know it, it should be some shame. When that woman you ask her, baby, what you bring to the table? And she say the table? Nah, you're going to pull her to the side and listen here, baby. Do you even know how to build a table? Do you know how high a regular table is? You understand? You see what I'm saying? Now that young man can teach this young lady. Or instead of her coming talking about this the table, she actually has values to contribute to this young man to make him greater if she's going to come into his life. But we as the dads, we don't even have a lot of the capacity that our kids need. When we talking about grab the kids and take them back, well, we're going to take them back and teach them. Let's talk about that. What we actually go for real. I'm going to teach them how to go work for somebody else. Teach them how to go work for somebody else's school. I'm going to teach them how to be the greatest worker for someone else. Bro, we can't do that.
So
Hell
again,
to the no.
like I said again, we spend a lot of time talking about what we don't have, and I'm not what I said is not an opposition to what you just said. That's why I said we got to slow down and hear each other. What I said is not an opposition. What I'm saying is there are people that are doing what you said we don't have. So we should also talk about that too, so we don't have to always talk about our deficits. Shout out to Sean Antonio for saying having a strength-based conversation. And I just want to make sure we find pockets to talk about what's working, so we can continue to duplicate those things. Because we spend a lot of time talking about what we don't have.
Yeah,
that's my point.
What up, y'all? What up? I think on that particular thing, I'll just
And Mike, let me read these super chats real quick before you go.
Yes, sir.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. There's one thing I like the conversation that Creator and Shad are having. I think we have to eliminate the platitudes and the pontification, though, right? And then tell
What
us.
does that mean?
I was like, this just. I'm about to Google it right now.
Yeah. So pontificate is like almost like
you know the word.
So like when you start saying you are the job, right? Well, tell us more, right? Tell us something that we can latch onto and then understand you being a job. What's the substance in that, right? Like pontification is like people like sensationalize something in an annoying way, kind of, right? I'd rather just know, Creator, what you bring to the table and see how we could fit into that, the structure in which you're offering. You know what I mean? Because the platitudes we can't do a lot with. Creator, I often say this. They'll say, hey, go to the gym if you fat or get in shape. But we both know you need a lot more than that when you get there, or else you're going to be on the leg machine facing the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? So I know you got the knowledge. I just want you to share more of it. Like, damn, we never thought of that. You know what I'm saying? Let me read these and then we'll jump back in. That's all.
Yeah.
Arnold with the $2. Let me just read these real quick. Arnold with the $2 says, a lot is the new sum. Who said a lot, Arnold? Call him out, Arnold. Gloria with the $5 says, Charlie is in heaven, Mr. Hamp, because Christ died for all people. Is that right? Okay, I'll leave you alone today, Miss Gloria. Why me with the $10? Salute. Philosophical with the $10 says, the trust issue in America is mental illness. Whether transgenderism, violence, homosexuality, over religiosity, or PDF. Our minds are corrupted from bad food to misinformation. We need mental health. Aaron with the $2 says, it's never a black people in the movie starting a civil war. Salute the why me. Appreciate you. Once again with the $10 ball, that's 20 of them things. He knows with the $2 says, emotion over logic, feelings over facts. Black people lost right now. Aaron with the $2 says, freedom of speech was made only for white men. Charles Hubbard with the $10 says,
obviously not.
They take clips out of context repeatedly, play them now, you're a racist, and then with Trump. Yeah, I was trying to look for the actual clip of the Charlie Kirk thing. Only thing I saw was him kind of expounding on when he initially said it. You know what I mean? Maybe somebody has that original clip. Well, I mean, with the $10 says, black people spend all day blaming everyone for their own bullshit. Mass shootings, by definition, happen daily by black people against black people. Tell the truth. Rape. I don't know what it.
Rap strippers.
Okay. Oh, rap strippers, abortion, and welfare. Black people have demonstrated black people love the life. Let's get real.
That's a schmuck.
We'll circle back to it. Creator must be from Boston or something, talking about schmuck.
Nah, man, I'm from Indiana, man, but you know, we universal.
I got you. And saying with the 2000, DEI doesn't mean equally qualified. We just hope so. And saying with the 2000s, I don't want him to be a target. Let's not snitch. Oh, who said a lot? El Castigado with the $5. Investigations 101 is follow the money. He was hurting the pockets of the scamming educational system that is brainwashing our youth. Ali Bev with the $5. Everybody can't be a business owner because these owners also need what? Workers. Nas with the $10 says, Charlie Kirk thrived on MLK's legacy of civil rights and civil discourse, yet he defamed the very man who set the precedent that allows him to debate diverse students openly. You reap what you sow. El Castigado with the $2 says, DJ Hamp, kudos for taking on this topic. Great show. Thank you, my G. Thank you, my G. I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate all the brothers adding in their 4 cents. I think it's substantive. I think Callie's right, but I just want to make sure what Creator said, I like it. Here's why, right? I own a moving company, Creator, right? And I've had 20 movers leave me before like a year or so, because I would make sure they had time and opportunity to get into these HVAC programs, right? To learn that trade and then eventually do it for themselves. So what you often have is young men, at least in my arena, right? Young men matriculating out, but purposefully, from CDLs to HVAC and et cetera, right? I had connections in these schools to kind of say, get them in, not like cheaper, but, it was kind of like a cycle. They would see these guys come with good decorum, and by proxy, they would kind of, you know what I mean? It was a relationship. So they would leave me, and eventually they're going to work for themselves, right? And you have young people coming up, looking for jobs, needing jobs. So I think both exist. The workers are workers. There's a time in your life where you're a worker, and then you learn a trade or whatever the case is, and then you do it for yourself. You know what I mean? So I think we can agree on that. Like, the maturation of life kind of.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Even if you're not doing it for yourself, right? And as a worker, you are a boss in a sense. You're a boss of your zone. I get it, right? But what I'm saying, and it's not because it's like you have to get uncomfortable. You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Don't let your job make you uncomfortable. Don't let your job determine your life. You got to get PTO time or whatever it's called in order to, no, for $200-300 a day, you're not making that. If we want to go by statistics, you're really making about $140-150 a day. If that, we talking bring home. So now you're talking, it's just some people don't even hear these numbers. Now, like you said, what happens is those young men get to see you actually doing something to generate revenue legally. They get to see you, how you interact with clientele, right? They get to see how you built your infrastructure. And what do black people do? Which they supposed to do, especially black men. If he can do it, I can do it. And that's exactly what I want them to do. But I don't want you selling dope, right? I don't want you going out here busting heads in order to get what you want, right? Because it's going to take you away from me. And I need you here. You get what I'm saying? It costs me more for you to go and be locked up or away from your people than it do you to be here. I'd rather for you to be here, bro. You know what I'm saying? It costs us too much for you to be gone. So if I can show you, or if I can be that inspiration, the hater, if you will, you want to, hey, well, if he can do it, it's exactly what I need. Because you got to have capacity to even want to hang around me for a little while. You understand? And move and kind of see the game. You do give them the opportunity, and they see, actually, there's an example of how to do it. It's not enough example on when you say work for yourself. What does that look like? Some people think it's like gravy train or some shit. I don't know what they thinking, but it's not. You just said you went through 20 people. So right. So but you didn't quit. You didn't say, oh, well, I went through so many people and then I stopped. No, that's not how business is run. They see the comeback of a business. They get to see this infrastructure. A lot of our young men don't get to see that, brother. Yeah. They get to see it when we selling dope, right? Pimping. Yeah. Everything else is glorified, but not the trades, learning. Yeah, my bad. Learning refrigerant. That's not everybody's. That ain't like nobody rapping about learning about refrigerant. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's rapping about electrical or plumbing or that.
I got you. I just want to make sure that we recognize.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, it's all good. And I was saying they matriculated out of my moving company because they had opportunities to eventually work for themselves, right? That's just how things should go, right? They leaving me for something that I want them to do, right? Because there's always young brothers that need that job that they essentially maintain it for me, So, Trigger Mike, go ahead. What's popping?
What up? No, I wanted to speak I think creator
did you go yet?
Huh?
Did UT talk yet? Because I had stepped away.
Oh no.
No, I went back and forth with Aaron. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, go ahead, Trigger.
I bet. So, I definitely pick up what creator is talking about, and I don't want to interject to try to cancel out his point. Everybody makes good points like that about entrepreneurship, but I think if the word is pontificate, we tend to do that a lot, and we tend to speak with a lot of grandiosity as successful black men. And I said a long time ago I was going to stop doing that because they made me like the when I joined the grad chapter out here in Houston, they made me like the dude that's old enough to talk to the young brothers that are still in college, because we have this thing where These mugs are so successful. The 40+ club, they intimidate the young dudes and they stop coming to the meetings, right? So these dudes be pulling up in their F580s and all this stuff, and these young brothers got Honda Civics. So what we tend to do is that we talk.
What are you? What are you a fucking out? That's what I'm.
Yo, let me land.
Y'all soft asses.
Let me land. What I'm saying is, these young dudes are hella intimidated when we're telling them how to do something, but we don't build the process for them, right? So if you asking me how I got successful, I'm not gonna just talk about work. I'm gonna talk about family first. I'm not gonna skip that part. I'm gonna talk about sexual discipline also, right? So I think what we tend to do is we say, you need to be entrepreneurs. Y'all need to be all the other. That's natural. First off, if you want to be an entrepreneur,
rewind that, bro. Where's that discipline? Say that again, loud and proud.
sexual discipline. Like, we got to build the ship for them to see themselves sailing it, right? We can't just tell you go from private, from a person scraping shit off the ship to captain in a day. You don't do that. You got to build the process for them. So that's one of the things I think we do. I said I was going to stop doing that. I'm going to talk about the basis, the ground root stuff that you need to do to get to that level, because family is so important that I personally believe that young men can't even get ahead if they on child support sometimes. Where your extra bread is supposed to come from? If you not with the woman that you with and you paying separate living expenses, and then if you're a caring dad, you trying to maintain the life for your kids that you had while you were with her, you broke. There's no way you're not broke. You see what I'm saying? So that's how important keeping your family together is, so your money don't get chopped up. Number two, entrepreneurship is natural for people who maintain intact family structure. Can I show you? I got my own business, right? But I work a job, and I'm a consultant, contracted consultant, right? And I'm a federal firearms dealer, and I make money on that while I'm sitting right here. Somebody probably bought a gun for me on Gun Broker, right? But somebody has said something to my wife, like, watch out, you got a good one, something, right? Because my wife is also an entrepreneur. I told that lady, yeah, because of me. This lady, what would you do in your business if you didn't have to pay any bills? You would go, your business would go through the roof. You can invest every dollar you make back into the business. You see what I'm saying? That is the life that every married woman should be living right now. If your husband take care of everything, what couldn't you focus on? You could fail 1,000 times in a business to make it work, because all the money you got, he just wants you to put it back into the business. So I'm telling you that to say both of our children see us working. They see the house I just bought for them. They see their mom is industrious and trying new things and all of that. And they understand that this is naturally what comes from intact family. These people support each other. We don't have a structure. We got a superstructure, right? So that's what I'm talking about when we say build the ship. I don't want any dude to start talking about success if his family situation is messed up. If he out here having unprotected sex with multiple women, I know your money about to get chopped up for at least 18 years.
Hey, that's a good point. Good point. Good point. I can expound on some, but I'm gonna leave you alone. I think you made.
I was gonna push back on that a little bit, creator. E40 been talking about entrepreneurship pretty much his whole career. What is his name? BFB the Pac-Man out of, I think.
BFB the Pac-Man out of he Florida somewhere. Yeah, he out of St. Pete, I think.
Shout out to Tampa.
What's going on with your audio?
We can't hear you. But I mean, the rappers usually don't really talk about
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
my bad. I got a phone call. No, but he was working at the post office while rapping, publicly known. He used to post about it all the time. And then even my boy out of Memphis, I can't remember his name. He rapped about his CDLs and stuff. It's definitely rapped about.
Well, no,
about Money Man.
Nah, he the one. He had his first song was that "Letter to My Son" that blew up. Well, I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
Yeah, but I think they so few and far between. You know, I think Creator's point still has merit just because there's so few of them talking about entrepreneurship and such. I think if you dig deep into like how they do it now, like Chief Keef, you know, when he kind of first came out, you know, doing it for himself, I think that was enlightening to people. but rappers, people who play sports, is such a small pool of people, right? To baseline off of them, we'd be doing ourselves a disservice. I think sharing with children or youngins that most Black millionaires come from real estate may be something that's a little bit more obtainable, you know?
In the trade.
I wasn't saying that to say like sit your kids down with headphones, but I'm saying it's definitely spoken about, because and I go back to E40. He been speaking about real estate since I was in high school.
Forever. Since he started. Don't be
What'd
no
he
hoe,
say?
don't be no simp. Get on
Don't
your
ever buy
business.
what'd he say? Don't buy no $85,000 car till you buy a house. And that was when I was in high school. So he been speaking that.
He has. And, you know, and like I said, I get what you're saying, and it is far few in between. My thing is it should be, so I'm like, it shouldn't be no other institution or construct that should teach our kids. But if we, the men, right, already are equipped, whether you went to school or didn't go to school, because my man's went to school, if I'm his son, I'm automatically going to get that game, whether I want it or not. That's what parenting is. Parenting is deliberate. You understand? No, nigga, you won't get, when I hear somebody say, I'm just going to let them do what they do, y'all must be filthy rich. I'm just going to let them just figure it out for themselves when they get older enough. And no, legacy is deliberate. When I had you, this is deliberate. You understand? There is a plan, and then there's a Z to that plan. Now, I don't mean everything going to be perfect, but there's an A to Z plan, and the journey is what they watching. They watching how we do what we say we're going to do. That don't mean you perfect, but how you executing, because I need that same game, right? I am half retarded, but I ain't tripping. I got this saying, I'm fucked up, but I ain't fucked up about it, right? So now that I know me, right, can't nobody else try to do me. So, and I think that was another problem with our the Charlie Kirks of our culture. You mentioned Roland Farton. You understand? I would never acknowledge that man, but the only way I would is because you're right. He has voting power. He has voting power. He has power with constituents that actually freaking go out, stand in them lines, and vote. That is power. Popularity right now of the vote ain't what they grading. They are grading on you actually showing up to that them polls, right? And now you made another comment. We only 13 to 18% of the population, and if we only 13 to 18% of the population, then again somebody said, well, hell, how would that vote count? Here's how that vote count. The vote count because it says that we actually give a shit. We care. We are the minority. Just because the Koreans are the minority don't mean they don't get out and show that, hey, this is how we feel about certain topics or certain things in our community, right? We have to get out as the men in our community by number. We get out and stick our chest, say, hey, this is what we want. This is what we don't want, whether our candidate wins or not. This is what we stand on as the men of our community. But when the men of our community don't stick their chest out, well, guess what they're going to do? They leave it wide open for them women. Right? Because we know there's going to be resistance. And so we'll just kind of feed our women and then let them kind of start voting and execute our plans, execute our plans or whatnot. And then we wonder why our women and then our children, and there's that lack of deliberacy in your legacy. You go get married, have children, and we don't know what to do. What do we supposed to do? And like you said, I would like to expound later on, brother. I would. And get a little in depth, but I knew that wasn't the topic, so I didn't want to get, start kind of peeling back the onion, if you will, on what entrepreneurship means for regular people, right, and skilled people, what it actually means for all of us, not just a person who understands what an entrepreneur. Some of the most successful entrepreneurs were people who didn't even think that they was going to be an entrepreneur. They were forced into it and discovered that they were excellent. My guy. I like that, man. I like that.
Yeah. I just want to boil it down because it's an important conversation, and so I don't want to just stomp all over it. So I think that we've expounded on it enough to at least perk some ears, and then that deserves its own topical conversation. One thing that we didn't quite explore, and I want to get UT and Tarus first, if y'all don't mind, is the archetype that is willing to do this type of thing, that is willing to shoot you from 200 yards. That is willing to shoot up a school and etc. Right. And, the argument that we always hear is, oh, but this type of stuff happen in the neighborhoods every day. Right. Black neighborhoods, But how prevalent does it have to be for people to get their head knocked off from 200 yards away for us to have a conversation about it? Right? The dude in Las Vegas did the Remy, right? Remy from Higher Learning. He was on the roof clapping shit. Charlie got clapped in his neck. They hit Trump with a BB gun in his ear. Right? So, you know, you look at the incel thing I was mentioning earlier, right? Those are all young white boys. What is the dude's name? The first incel, he shot like a whole bunch of people.
I think the first school shooting was actually in Mississippi. I think his name was Luke Woodham in Pearl High School.
Dylan Roof?
No, not Dylan Roof. His name is fucking. Let me read. Somebody will put in.
You mean like Columbine or like?
No, like when they started laboling people with the incel thing.
Oh, okay.
You talking about the California that was mad about the girl.
Elliot. I forget his name. You know, but I'm looking at the that archetype, Elliot Roger. Yeah. What is there? Does it need to really be a scrutinizing, right? Who fits the description? You know, because this is stifling for people. They used to do these things. A lot of content creators do these. Come prove me wrong or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
They ain't doing that shit in the next couple weeks at least. Right? So
cancel his.
Yeah. Do we assess this archetype? Let me read these real quick, and I just want to see what y'all got to say about that. We also at the 3-hour mark. If y'all want to extend this show, y'all know the rules. Granville with the $5 says workers don't do right by the money they earn. That's why they can't get ahead. You business owners be broke niggas, the majority of y'all. The AP with the $5 says, damn, Trigger Mike, I was saying that same message 3 years ago and was called a simp. We were not ready for that message yet. Salute, sir. How you call a simp for that?
For what? The internet is a wild place.
Granny with the $5 says, real estate is fucking trash and a wealth killer to the majority of people starting. Stop saying that 1955 shit. You know, you might be right.
He is right.
Yeah, I don't know how many houses you guys own, and I don't know what they generate for you, but I catch your drift.
So we can expound. I can expound. He's right. He's right, but not on our plan.
Yeah, so I want to table that. You know what I'm saying? I want to talk about this archetype because there was just a couple things around this Charlie Kirk thing that didn't get conversed about in depth. Right? We always start talking about what he said about black people. You know what I mean? But what about the fact that this was a white man who killed this white man? Right? Have we had that conversation about that archetype and what is the scrutiny around it?
Not very much scrutiny. I tell you that. That's
well, let me do this. Let me do this, Craig, if you don't mind. Let me start with UT to Roos, and then we'll come back around.
Go ahead, brother.
UT was popping.
What up, everybody? I know I was talking to Aaron, but I didn't get to say what's up to everybody. But no, we don't, and that's kind of what I came up here for with and you know me and Fantastic, we 478, so you know I roll with him. But some shit it'd be like we ain't sticking to what we talk about. And when we kind of diverted back to the black man instead of keeping it on the white man, right? So we need to focus on this because every time we're in the news, we're getting just vitriol. We can be the best. We're gonna find that one photo that a black person did something, they was throwing up a gang sign or look like it, right? But this man is shooting somebody in the neck in broad daylight in front of everybody. And the only thing we think to talk about is, well, how we look in front of how we look in front of the white people by saying something about them. That hurt me because like, why now? Why do you say something about it now? And this is just like when it was on some black folks, we come up here and talk about the black folks. When it's on them, we talk about it. We need to keep that same. When it's on the white folks, talk about the white folks. Stop trying to make us always be the topic of discussion. How nice how we look in front of them. The archetype is that skinny or nerdy black white dude. It always that. But the reason why we seem worse in society is because that's all we talk about is us. And we will skip over they shit every fucking time. And we always look like, oh, the gang members. They killed the most people in the history. We talk about us. But go ahead, man. I just get tired of that shit. It's like, what? Why we on this? Neither one of them was black.
Tarus?
Yeah, so as far as the shooter goes, here we go again. Straight white male, conservative background from a red state. And HAMP, unfortunately, I'm a little all too aware from it because here in the state of Ohio, we got a lot of them. By the way, the dude that ran his car, that Charger into the crowd in Charlottesville, from the state of Ohio, right? If for anybody, and this is why I encourage everybody, we got to get to know who lives in our country and who doesn't, because if you live in the Rust Belt states, then you know that Western Michigan, Middle and Western Ohio are hotbeds for white supremacists, extremists, and fundamentalists, right? And creator's point, because it's probably somewhere they're everywhere, right? Those are the archetypes. These guys, like, this is why I need my Black Americans to understand their rights, but not just understand their rights, actually practice it. Because if you practice your rights, get familiarized like these white dudes, you would know what a bolt action rifle is when the cops say, hey, this is what we recovered. You would know that, okay, this is a 308. This is typically for hunting big game, right? Typically a sniper rifle style. So you cannot just pick up a 308 Winchester and fire it accurately the first time. You have to have some experience. But if you don't even have a fundamental understanding of the firearms that are legal in this country, whether you like them or not, you miss the forest from the trees, and then it's so easy for people to continue having these sort of caliber ammo on the market, whether you like it or not.
So, Tarus, edify me on this, right? Because I asked the question. I don't know if you were here. And was he 200 yards away? Is that the?
He was at least 200 meters away.
Okay, meters. So that's further, right? Well, no. So 200 meters away, right?
Yeah.
They said it was a 30-06, and the brothers in the chat were telling me that's easy.
Yeah. If
Cake shot.
If he grew, and think about it, guys. Everybody here knows a white rural boy from Utah knows what he's doing with a bolt action rifle.
Yeah.
He grew up years probably using that same rifle for hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that for you don't have to be a Marine trained or even go to the range. You just got to in the rural Utah, you just got to go to your backyard. Sometimes Hamp, you got to remember, this area is known for aggressive feral wild hogs and wolves that they got to shoot all the time because they get into all kind of crap. You get what I mean? So we're not talking about a situation where you can just pick up this rifle and hit anybody.
Yeah, I got you.
You almost can,
Because
though.
most of the deer that you're shooting. What's up, everybody? I want to speak to everybody. But most of the deer that you shooting them from 150, 200 meters out. You shooting them from the deer stand.
It's clockwork.
So with that rifle and the caliber, Hamp, anything from 200 meters to about 700-800, that's an easy shot.
Easy shot.
That's a layup. Especially remember you're shooting center mass and Charlie Kirk is sitting down.
I was gonna say two to 500, Tarus. 2 to 5.
When we start talking about this, right? Here's what interests me, right? Because when you look at this demographic, right? Because we're assessing the archetype.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is the modus operandi, this is how they grow up, this is what they're accustomed to, right? Mm-hmm. That now widens that pool, right? Of potential people who fit the description. Because they grow up and they're all able to do it, right? But you catch my drift, right? They all have the capability if they grow up in, like you said, shooting these animals for whatever the reasons are.
Yeah. Also, DJ Ham, if you look at gun shows, like, in Houston or Dallas, especially here in Dallas, when I go to gun shows and buy my ammo and stuff like that,
yeah,
when you there, 98.9% of the people standing in line to get in that building are white. And they got their 14-year-old sons with them, their 12-year-old sons with them, their 10-year-old boys with them. They're getting their 22s, they're getting their ammo. You don't see no black people. You can count the black people that's in there.
And if the world ever go to shit, man, I'm telling you, bro. I mean, some of us gonna be ready, but a lot of us gonna be fucked over.
And to BM's point, the point is for us not only as grown-ass men, but to get our children in these same firearm programs that these white guys are getting. It's not to try to close these down. It's to get, again, when you practice your constitutional rights like this, it's like I told you the other day, you get ownership of this country. Yo, I built this place too. Yo, this is my ancestral homeland now too. You know what I mean?
Let me ask y'all a question. And this ain't to try to, you know, this is just strictly a question. Because we always talk about the numbers on here, right? When we go to saying that, or are you saying you just gonna be able to survive for the time that you got the ammo, with us being 13, 14%, or how are y'all looking for that to go?
No, it's gonna be bad, bro. Like if what I mean by that
no,
is
I'm saying. Well, my bad. But say if all of us had guns, like, and we did what y'all say we're doing.
Yeah.
How long y'all expecting for us to survive with being 13%?
Not long.
Immediately. It's gonna be called the 1 day war.
Yeah.
Damn.
So that's
talk to him.
That's why I'm asking the question, because it kind of be like you damn if you do, damn if you don't type of thing. Because if you saying we gonna survive for another day, I guess. You know, if I got the right shit, you know. But
so here's the crazy part though, and I'm not even gonna talk about the numbers game, UT. I'm understanding this. You remember, war is psychological as much as it is physical warfare. How do we expect these boys, where 70% of them that are fighting age grew up without a father? Right? They're not methodical, they're hyper emotional. Now you got to get hold on. Now we got to get hold on. Now we
why are we talking about this though?
Hold on, God, y'all got to let me tie it in.
There's no need to, right? We haven't even talked about the archetype that's willing to do these mass shootings in this capacity.
That's what I'm saying though.
But now we're talking about we gonna get wiped out in a day. How do we get
I
there?
thought we were supposed to talk about the archetype of the kind of guys that get into these.
My bad. But no, the archetype of this dude, like, so this is one point we keep making. This is actually showing us something, because I really get annoyed when people act like white people are all on one accord. They are not. This is actually showing us the division between whites.
Yeah.
This is the hyper progressive versus the extreme right wing Christian nationalists. So every time we say like these white people are again, I'll be like, yo, this is them. This is they stuff showing you how extreme they're willing to get with their causes. This is how they feel about each other's initiative, that they can commit the first assassination of somebody of this magnitude in our modern lifetime. Right? So we don't even have that. We don't even care enough about these issues like they do. This is I guess a progression of the Tea Party that happened during Trump's first term. People are afraid. White people are very frantic that they are losing their population numbers. Their women are not having their babies anymore. You see what I'm saying? They're losing positions in Congress and in Senate and in state Congress and Senate. The Asian man is taking over the lower middle, and upper middle class from them. This is their frantic nature. And what you're really trying to see is the super right wing is saying, that's why, you know, even in addition to his divisive rhetoric, Charlie Kirk is like, we need to build families back. Because what he's saying is we need more white people in this country. And then you have the super liberal progressive people like, no, love everybody, man, woman, it doesn't matter. This is how emotional both of these groups get about this to be able to commit this type of political violence. So I think that archetype of man that's really extreme like that, that's why we see him be white most of the time.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna be white because so we just gave our population, and you didn't want to get into the numbers, but we about 40, 50 million out of 400 million, right? It's them doing the fucking up. That's why I was saying we have to damn near, I'm not saying delineate, but it's almost to the point to where these are the people that are in charge, whether we want to vote them in or not. These are the people that's in charge. And them same people having kids. We just seen it. Like you just said, the archetype that what I was talking about, legacy is deliberate. His daddy taught him that. He made sure that his son knew how to hunt, not just regularly shoot to kill. You understand? Now that deer or that boar may be the excuse on why they need, weapons or whatnot, but that skill level was not used on a boar. That was used on a human being doing nothing. This is the archetype. They go in and they eradicate people who don't. Somebody might have said something to him a year ago about something. He might even have had a conversation with Charlie Kirk, or Charlie Kirk might have said something just like kind of like these just my man Hamp just want to have a conversation. You understand? And may have rubbed somebody the wrong way. Well, how would he know this? How would I know that I rubbed this person the wrong way? That's this archetype they in their head, but more importantly, they've already been cultivated. This is a behavior that has been cultivated, right? Don't run from nothing. Stand on your own too. Stand your ground, son, right? By any means necessary. You're a civilian. You're American. Stand on your American rights. Don't tread on me, boy. Right? This has been cultivated. We ain't cultivating our kids as much as we want to talk about us. We don't teach our kids that shit, bro. We don't even sit out back telling them to shoot squirrels. That ain't what we doing. Go kick this gun and shoot birds. No, we in harmony with nature. We in harmony with everything that's around us, right? So that is that archetype. They don't mind killing. If they feel something, they don't mind going to do it. And his daddy turning to me and ain't nothing less, because your daddy, that's kind of crazy. You the one that taught him this. You done showed him, you reared him. That's part of your legacy. That's nothing.
Right, but compared to the
let's get Big Aaron.
He didn't teach his son to go shoot some guys he politically disagreed with. Right? Like, you can separate the skill set that somebody, like, let's be clear, bro. Somebody's kid statistically is going to turn out bad, no matter how great the parent it is.
Right.
I'm pretty sure, benefit of the doubt, this guy did not raise his kids to shoot political enemies.
That's why he turned them in.
Exactly. You get what I mean? And so, because let's be, I have mentioned that before, and thank you, Trigger Mike, for mentioning it again. He turned them in. It wasn't any law enforcement or as far as like FBI or anything that found this kid.
But you know how to go.
You know what I mean?
Tarus, you know how guilt. You know how guilt
to
works.
Understand this archetype. We got to remember we have to, especially because when white people make laws, especially dealing with gun restrictions, it disproportionately affects our community the most when it's actually enforced.
Let me. So BMU, you got the floor right after Big Aaron.
Okay, thank you, bro.
I think we're overcomplicating this. The archetype is really just as simple as the result. The archetype is anyone who is galvanized enough by their own convictions to take action. And it's that simple, because the result is that simple. The taking of an unsuspecting life. How do I know? Because I'm listening to the gentleman talk about what, the white boys are raised to do and don't tread on me. No, brothers are raised the same shit. Inner city shootings. And let's face it, they're mass shootings when you're shooting up playgrounds and old ladies because you're trying to shoot at your ops. Gang wars, turf wars, it's the same thing. Don't tread on me. It's just not racial. It's territorial. But the fact of the matter is, a life is taken by someone who is galvanized by their convictions far enough to take it. It's that simple. That's the archetype. Now, what you have to figure out is what's the motivation.
Clarifying question. Are you saying the modus operandi for him is the same as the boys in around the way?
No, I'm saying the archetype's the same. What differentiates them is the motivation in the operandi. The operation is the same. It's the modus. It's what motivates them. Not even the modus, because that's the motive.
Are you saying,
but the reason?
Just for clarification for me, are you saying the dude that shot Charlie Kirk is basically the same as the thug that will go shoot up his ops? Like archetype wise?
Yes, because he identified Charlie Kirk as an ops.
Oh, I don't like that, Mike. You had a Freudian slip, I hope, or maybe it was your subconscious. Yeah. But you said the guy who shot Charlie Kirk and the thugs who shoot up the ops.
Right.
Yeah.
Why isn't this guy a thug?
Damn.
Yo, y'all
reading,
hold up, y'all reading way too much into
No,
it.
it's not a read, Mike. It's conditioning.
Listening, bro.
It's not just you. Anybody, UT probably, I'm not putting it on, but he could have said, that's a thing though. That's a thing.
Somebody said hood. That's why I said
No, I said these young brothers. No, and that's why I was specific to use the language. These young brothers getting involved in turf wars and inner city gang violence.
Yeah,
we call them thugs.
That's
I
why
call them
I
thugs.
no. But listen, that's why I was very accurate with that vernacular.
Yeah.
It's for that very reason, and that's why the archetype is the same. Once you extract the divisive vernacular and puncture through that, that's when you find out that the archetype is the same. This man had an op. His op name was Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is no longer his op. Same thing with a man in the neighborhood that's having a turf war with his op. It's the same. Now, the context or the curriculum over which they're fighting is what's different.
Aaron, yeah,
but the archetype is the same.
Your point hasn't been sullied at all, Aaron. You don't have to re-explain it.
My apologies.
You clarify for him. I just listening to the verbiage, right? Because I know I was hearing the verbiage that you were intentionally using, right?
Yeah.
And I just heard it, and I'm just thinking, like, damn, how we see, right? The perception, feel me?
Yeah.
Now, I have to show y'all this, okay?
That was not a Freudian slip.
Yeah, you blame it on Freud, my nigga. Don't.
No, I'm saying
here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, right?
Involved in gangs, like you said, gang violence.
Mike, it's over with. It's all good. It's over with, man. No, but this. I want to point this out to y'all, right? And it's so interesting, right? And I really appreciate him, right? I want y'all to scroll through the chat, okay? These white men, when they come here, salute this CT, when they on here, they never go against their own, ever. Never. I want y'all to scroll through. This is a white man right here, right? Scroll through the chat. He haven't given an ounce of credence when we start talking about this archetype, right? What we said is retarded, you know? When we talking about black people, he with it. He ain't turned on his people not one time. He made sure to let us know that he got 16,000 bullets of his primary weapon. Okay? Right. They don't show their face, right? But I just want y'all to see that. They never, ever go against their own people.
Again, in public.
Hold on, Truce. Let it marinate. I just want y'all to scroll. He made sure to tell us he got 16,000 bullets and etc. And when Shah come up here talking about why y'all choose to do X, it's because they don't choose to do X.
Never.
Right? And when we having these conversations, right? You know, he said it ain't about him being white, it's about him being a leftist. You see? Like Stevie Wonder can't see this wasn't no white man.
They blame white liberals for all their problems.
So I just wanted to, and we don't have to belabor it, Tarus, you feel me? But I just want everybody to scroll and just watch the consistency in his narrative. You could talk about it, Tarus. I ain't trying to stifle
but that's
you,
the
bro.
thing, Ham. I don't know if you realize, but you literally just described part of the archetype.
Yeah.
That's literally him.
Yeah, and
unable to criticize his own in public despite.
And that's the framing. Let me get BMU, and I done trampled. My bad. I pulled the trigger mic. My fault. Go ahead, BMU. You on mute, bro?
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say this, man. It just puts me in the mind of when y'all talk about the archetype, Prince Henry Stout. Now, I'm gonna say this because Gary Busey, everybody knows who that is. He's a well-known actor back in the day. And he told a story about how he acquired a scar on his face. Now, he was born in the 40s, born in 44, I think, 45, something like that. He said his daddy bought him a dog, named the dog Prince Henry Stout. All right. He said he would go out, play with the dog. He loved the damn dog. He said one day his daddy said, we got to teach that dog how to protect you. He said he put a dummy up in the yard and he sat behind the dummy and threw cherry bombs at the dog. And said first the dog was scared, and then the dog got angry, and he charged at the damn dummy and tore the dummy up, ripped the damn dummy up into pieces. He said one day his daddy said, we're going in the woods. They went in the woods. He said, now today there ain't no dummy. It's you. He said, I take those cherry bombs and throw them at Prince Henry Stout. He said, but why, Daddy? He said, because today you're going to learn how to be a man in this world, in this country. And so you're going to throw those cherry bombs, and when he come, either you're going to kill him or he going to kill you. He said he threw the cherry bombs at the dog. The pit bull came, hit him. He said the pit bull was biting his arm, blood shooting out his arm, blood shooting out his shoulder. And he said he finally got a hold of the dog and reached up, grabbed the dog around the neck and fell with his weight on the dog and broke the dog's neck. He says, daddy said, came over to him and said, welcome to manhood. This is how you should be moving forward in this country. That's the archetype right there. Listen, I don't know no black man or nobody who would take our son out in the woods and let a dog potentially kill him. Or he kill him, or he kill him. And he grows up with that in his mindset to say, I'll kill anybody. I'm learning, my daddy taught me how to survive in this country, and I'll kill anybody. If I disagree with you or anything happens, I'll take your life.
Damn.
That's what Gary Busey, if you go look at that scar on his face to this day, he said that's how he got it.
You know
And
what?
I'm glad you said that, because that's when it comes when they say they give us these words, savage. That is savage.
Yeah.
We can take it, but we get deemed as the savage.
So you want to know what
the boy did when he shot the dude, Kirk. I don't fuck with Kirk. That shit was still savage, and he's a white dude. But just like earlier, when they come up here, when black dudes come up here, we don't describe them as that. We describe them as the white dude.
So
they not savage.
What's interesting about what BMU said is that historically, like you're absolutely right. Like that savagery is how they became to prominence.
Yep.
One of the reasons like I'm so upset with like African people is because they're too meek. And I tell people all the time, the way the white man came to prominence is that three things. He's willing to steal when necessary, kill when necessary, or two things. You know what I mean? And then he'll apologize for it later. So that savagery, that's why he's always trying to change his history, right? And the issue is that we see the bad actors. We see the people who kind of take that out of context and then start assassinating other people, like the dude that assassinated Charlie Kirk, right? You have to be, in a sense, we got to teach our son to be savage. So while you were saying that, I was like, probably nobody's going to be better at firearms than my son in the whole state of Texas. He's going to be shooting competitions by the time he's 10. He's going to be taking 1,000-yard shots with 50 BMG by that time. But he's going to have all of that under conscious control. This is why we say men have to be dangerous. They just have to be smart enough and mature enough to keep it under control. Because it's not that I actually want to go take out anybody. I don't want to kill anyone. But I know my safety is that you're not going to run up on me because you're afraid of what I might do. Mm-hmm. That's the preparedness that black men don't have, is that we're easily picked apart because we need to be unified in our danger, how savage we could be at any given time. And that's where they have the advantage most of the time.
Yeah, the uniformity. Begging me to play this, right? I think it's right on.
I think we're.
Let me play this real quick. I think it's a long.
Conflating savage with. Oh, my fault.
Yeah, I just want to. I think this is in line with what we were talking about.
You know, this bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, there wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, "Hey, we don't do that here." And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. You know,
Have you know the think about
Utah, man. F that state.
Yeah, that's why Utah is Utah is white Africa.
Go ahead.
It made me think about, because that's why I say I laugh when black men come up here and we just try to make it seem like we're so unique in the way we sometimes try to deflect on what we do, right? Because we clown the mother who, if her son is engaged in criminal activity, we'll clown her. But we done heard that so many times. This is not America. We don't do that here. We hear that all the time, but we make it seem like it's unique to black people. What I know for a fact, even as a filmmaker, we've made white violence sexy. Again, that's why I said Jeffrey Dahmer. We'll watch that show. There's been 25 different documentaries about the Mansons, right? The Jason series, I think, is based on a real character, a white guy that was going to the grave. Ed Rain. Netflix is about to do a film about him too. Scarface.
Yeah, that's the Texas Chainsaw Massacre right there. Ed Rain. Yeah.
Scarface, one of the most popular movies of all time, right? Like, again, we make white violence sexy. And I'm not trying to say.
Let him finish. You can't hear what he's saying. Go ahead.
No, we do. Everybody that's in this country do it. We do it too. We watch the movies. We support them. Yeah. And then we talk about our people. We scum. That's why when Mr. Fantastic came up, I said, man, I kind of feel offended, Mr. Fantastic, to use the word savage to talk about black people because they got some historical context to it. And when it was used the first time, it wasn't even true. We wasn't savages. We had organization, neighborhoods when they came to Africa. It wasn't people. They wanted to think we was walking around with diapers on, acting like monkeys. That's not the fucking truth. In the diaries they talked about, they lied. So I'm just saying, like, it's interesting how we got caught in the subterfuge.
So Shah, my grandfather asked me a question. He said, grandson, what's the difference between Boys in the Hood and Godfather? I said, I don't know. Tell me. He said the Godfather had on suits.
The suits, yeah.
So, Shah, didn't we do the same thing?
What do you mean?
Glorify stripping, prostitution. The women B words. So hold on. And that is just because I do agree where you said. Because remember I said they lie. I'm sorry, that's what I meant. They lie when necessary, kill when necessary, and steal when necessary. All we did was say, "Oh, you can profit off this," and we did the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's why I said they. They did that. We don't control media. We don't control what's getting ready to be distributed or disseminated throughout the world, right? Even in this country, we ain't got no satellites up there. So I'm just saying, I get it. We have integrated into this culture, into this construct, right? But however, we don't control this, so it's hard for us to even try to negate what's already been this programming that's been reared into our people since our granny them birth. It's hard now trying to tell granny that Santa Claus ain't real. How dare me even say some shit like that? You understand? So it's a whole lot of indoctrination that's going on, even to think that we are the progenitors of our own situation, right? I pick this, that it wasn't my fault. I didn't call myself black. I didn't choose that. I didn't choose African American. I didn't choose none of this shit. But now we grown, full grown, and we have the opportunity to choose, to say, you know what? If I want to be an FBA, whatever it is, we can now decipher as black men, grown, intelligent men, decipher who we are, right? And what we stand on. We don't need nobody else or a black or blue or white or red to decipher what side and what moral code we stand on. If we stand on that moral code, we start moving in a certain way. You know what happens? People follow. In sales, this is what they told us when I was first selling, right? It was like, bro, don't say nothing. Just say, hey, how you doing? Follow me. And if they want what you got, they're gonna follow you. And it worked every time. What dudes say? Money and violence is all people respect, bro. You said it, Trig. You said, what do? They steal when they want to, right? And they kill when they want to. Money and violence. And that's what they put on in media. The only way for you to move and the only way for you to succeed, the only way you got to move in this country, you got to be on this income that they provide for you, and you got to be violent. Well, not as violent as them. That, you know, they, like you said, we glorify their savagery, but our savagery requires the National Guard. You understand? So yeah, we've already deciphered even within ourselves that indoctrination, and it's kind of hard to separate they violence. They ice is colder than our ice. Damn near go back to that. They violence is better than our violence. And we only 13%.
We support it.
Sugar Mike, I just want to add just one point because I think it's important to say, like, I'm not trying to justify it. I just want to make sure like we have that perspective, because again, sometimes there's a black person in a group in a very black area, and I see the way we talk about ourselves is if our problems are unique to the entire story. I'm like, it's not, bro. America is a very violent place.
So not only am I with you,
clarify this sometimes for me. Like, if it's sometimes, then I can't. Is it a problem or is it not?
Which I said sometimes.
Yeah.
So my bad. I didn't hear in regards to what him. My bad.
Well, you were saying sometimes we look. Go ahead.
I think more than not, the way we have some of these conversations, I don't think the perspective is it's not the right perspective. And then I find that the conversation can get very schizophrenic. If, for instance, if we're talking about women, we exalt black men. If we're talking about young black men, they're unredeemable. So what group of black people are we talking about, right? Because it's never the 10 of us in the box. We the exception of the rules. We're the black men that need to be highlighted around the world to show people how good black men are. But outside of us, when we talking about them black boys walk around with the ski mask on, they're unredeemable. So it's just like I want to have a baseline to operate from him.
That's so Shy right there, right? That's what I was telling the ladies on the POV. They always go to Bad Girls Club or whatever, the hip hop Atlanta,
right,
to describe bad behavior, right?
Right.
And when we go to the extreme, we then get exonerated, right? And people do that purposely, you know.
Right.
But keep it tall. I smashed hundreds of women, right? I've been locked up, right? You know what? We's niggas, we's people, we them, right? But now we a little bit older, so now we don't got to be accountable.
All right.
You know, the things in which I got in trouble was fighting, right? You know, I could still get in a fight right now at 39, but my self-control has elevated. But I still have the same modus operandi. You know, I'm just calm because I've been in trouble. I understand what it means. You know what I mean? And so I know the level in which I could get to. So I make choices every time things annoy me. You know what I'm saying? But we always acting like that ain't us. That shit is corny. Guess what? My wife get on my fucking nerves and she talk too much. Right? But we always acting like it just, you know what I mean? And I always say it to the ladies. Now it's a bunch of brothers up here. So I want to make sure I say it to us too. Like, you know?
And that's what, you know, that time, Hemp, I had got in the comments, I said, Hemp is a YN in itself. I remember the story that you talked. So I'm like, because we was the same way. Like, certain stuff that I might do now, I wouldn't do back. I would do way more quicker back then. It was you said something about me, bam, let's fight, let's go. Now I'd be like, come on down, man. You know we ain't finna do shit. We gotta go to work in the morning. It's two different mindsets now. But
lucky, you be saying you're lucky I gotta go to work in the morning.
and I'll say this.
Anyway, hey, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I appreciate you letting me up.
All right, love you, man. Good to see you, bro.
Good. Always, bro.
I mean, yeah, Shad, to one of the things I'll say, like, as far as the men are concerned, is it all goes back to us controlling the narrative over ourselves. And what I think we've done too much, and I think it just happened it just happened because of the way things happen, is a lot of people know that the black women run the community from a outward mainstream standpoint. The women are way too vocal. So whatever narrative is getting pushed about us we're pretending that we need to ask for permission to serve our family properly, or we need to get the agreement of our women to do so. We would never do that if we actually control. I don't need the white man's approval. I don't even need his recognition nor his validation to do what's best for my family. Fuck them. That's the way we're supposed to be as men. So when you're saying that, most of the time, it seems like we're always, you know, it's because we have a lack of control and we're still trying to get agreement. And what I'll say in closing before I leave is, what I want the young brothers to do: stop making pussy and women your God. In the black community, that is a black man's God.
Yes,
if
sir.
he cannot have what he wants without pissing his mom off, without pissing his girl off, he don't want it. He will stand second in line to what they say just so he can be cool with everybody. That's not the way the men like us, me, HAMP, BMU, we don't run our house like that at all.
Never.
And my finances, my situation, the way my children behave out in this world is world class because of that. So that's my point to men, is that take control over your family and you control the narrative. They control the narrative about us through the media. That's why we're always fighting, because we're trying to get validation from them, right? But nobody can ever argue with results right in front of their face.
And if you can't get that, if you can't get that, you got to move on. You know, like I know DJ Hamp be a lot in, you know, he'd be a lot in the word or whatever. But if you, it's simple. You know, if you can't get that control over your house right now, you know, you just got to move on. And one of the things I want to say, DJ Hamp, you could probably correct me if I'm wrong, because we both be on this road. But it does say that if any man finds indecency in his wife, he is to give her a certificate of divorce and ask her to leave his house.
And Deuteronomy.
Yep.
21.
Yeah. So if you can't get that control, you just got to move on.
Yeah, and I think the key is BMU. I have to say things like that, right?
Yeah.
In terms of like, I want people to understand like normal, right?
Yeah.
Even the so-called best of us, right? Successful, strong. Our women come from this world too. They come from this earth also, right? And so they've been taught things, right? My wife has a doctorate, right?
Yeah.
They get exalted for those things, and now you have to you need like a reset, right? And they have to agree, right? And then you have to reinforce, you know. And so there's a lot happening in real life marriages and relationships, but we the superheroes on YouTube, so we don't deal with these type of things. You know,
that's a lie.
Now my wife also don't cook on the Sabbath. She also don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. You know, my daughters most of the time wear dresses. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So there's a whole lot of stuff that she submitted to that these niggas would never understand. But I meet them where they at in terms of, you know what? She talk a lot too. And her feet be cold when she put them under me when I'm trying to watch football and she want to talk about bullshit. She do that shit too. You know what I'm saying? She want to put her 2 cents in also. Surprise, niggas. You know what I mean? But we don't baseline this shit. You know what I mean? So
surprise, motherfucker. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, gentlemen.
You know,
may I say something?
What's up, Mr. Ingram? How are you?
So, G.
I'm good, man. How you all, gentlemen?
Good, man. Good to see you, man.
Listen, how many of y'all familiar with Plato, the Republic?
Say again. I couldn't hear you. What you said?
Plato, the Republic.
Yeah.
But
okay. Now, Plato had a grand scheme, right? Where ultimately the philosophers, right, mostly the men, right, would be the rulers of the state. Now, the way he would do this is his ideology was this. You had people who were called the guardians, right? The guardians were men and women. They were both given an opportunity to get the same education, the same training in guarding the state. That meant hand-to-hand combat. That meant shooting weapons, firing weapons. That meant perhaps making ammunition, and these types of things. The point I'm trying to make is this. Study white folks like they study everybody else. White folks have been studying us from time immemorial. They study everybody in the world. That's how they know how to conquer damn near everybody in the world. Going from the ancient Greeks, Caesar, right? When Caesar took over Greece, what did he say? He said, "You're Romans now." And whatever position those Greek people were in Greece, they remained in the same position, but they became Roman citizens, and Caesar was the ruler. Plain and simple, straight up and down. The point I'm trying to make is this. Hold on a second. I'll get back to it. Go ahead, Dylan. I'll get back
Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, huh?
Is it too loud? Oh, okay, all
I think an issue I'm beginning to have here is it's starting to sound like we're too emotional with words or how we interpret words. That savage conversation, it seemed like that it's an admission of being called a savage because you want to pass off that moniker on to the person that gave it to you rather than challenge the actual definition of savage. Because then you'll understand that who you call a savage and who calls you a savage, neither of which of you are savages. And it doesn't matter how dangerous you get. If you're galvanized to get into some shit and you get into it successfully, that doesn't necessarily make you savage. It makes you galvanized to enact on your convictions. Now, the righteousness of your convictions is subjective, right? But it doesn't make you savage. Trigger Mike just said his son was going to be one of the most lethal cats in the world with a firearm. It doesn't make him savage until you push him somewhere, right? But is he savage at that point? No, he's capable, right? To be violent doesn't mean you're prepared. Exactly. That doesn't mean what savage is it's a carelessness when violence is enacted. Savages, what they do is go hose down schoolyards when they're shooting at the ops. There's no discernment with how you disseminate your violence. But because you're capable of enacting violence and because you're prepared to do so, doesn't make you a savage, even when you do.
What is the retort to our mistake?
DJ Hamp, what can you define savage for us though? Because I know you normally do that with words.
Let me pull it up. Because Callie said this. Why is she saying this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what made Aaron say that too. To be honest.
Okay.
So what was that? What was she saying?
She was like, "What was the?" Well, she said, "If missing the point was a person."
You're trying to figure out what your retort was, Aaron. Like, what made you bring up the emotionality of the word and savagery? What did you hear that made you think that?
Well, no. So we're too wrapped up in being called names, and then in order to avoid having that moniker being placed on you, it's like that. I know you are, but what am I? Type of syndrome. You know what I mean? It seems to be the response. When in actuality, that's not. You don't. That does not move the needle. Because it doesn't stop them from mislabeling you anyway.
Well,
it doesn't help control the narrative, is what I'm saying. Your image is not. That's not how you take control of the narrative about you.
So this is my retort to that, Aaron. Maybe not so much now. And again, I'm saying because I'm not 100% sure. I do think at certain points in history, particularly like the word savage was used to characterize Black people, which and then became implications for things like policy, right? The way they were treated by the justice system, right? They're savages. They're less than human, so we can treat them in ways that we wouldn't treat someone we deem a human. I guess I can understand what you're saying in the context of 2025, but then I don't know for sure if I don't still think that some of those residual effects are still happening now. But if you was talking to someone in 1950 and they was using the word savage when people was getting lynched, America didn't care about it because you just hanging a savage. You wasn't hanging a father. You wasn't hanging a brother. You wasn't hanging a man. You were hanging a savage. And so I think words. I understand what you're saying as far as I shouldn't let a word, make me go out and do things because I'm upset. But I do think particular words like savage, they have.
I had muted for a while. Did you find
that definition? That's not what I'm getting. That's not what I'm getting at.
Okay,
that wasn't my point.
Okay. So that's what I'm confused on what you were retorting in. I don't know who you were speaking
when
to.
Someone calls you a savage and you're not a savage, what do you do with that information? How do you change it? How do you change the narrative?
Me personally,
because what's that?
I said me personally, nothing. If someone called me a savage, it is what it is.
All right. So when you use the Gary Busey example and then said, well, that's savage, to identify something in them that's savage, that's ineffective because in fact it was not savage. His father was not teaching him how to be savage. His father was teaching him how to be prepared, willing, and capable. You see what I'm saying?
So wouldn't the appropriate lingo be act of savagery?
Well, hold on. Let's define, because I know
He
Hemp on the
committed
phone.
an
Let's
act of
just
savagery.
let's define savage. All right. So I'm here looking at savage right now in Oxford. It says of an animal or a force of nature who is fierce, violent, and uncontrolled.
Read that last word. Wait. Read that last word.
Uncontrolled.
That's the word that differentiates the two between savagery and
There it is.
capable.
There it is.
Because that's why I said that's why I said you can be capable of enacting violence. Just like when Trigger Mike just said about it, he said, my son is going to be one of the best marksmen you'll ever see in your entire life. That doesn't make him savage. It's when he loses control of it. That's why I made the analogy when you got these guys shooting at their ops and they're hosing down playgrounds. It's the uncontrolled nature of the way that violence is disseminated.
Big Aaron, and let me add to that. DJ Hemp got kids. I have children. Tyrus has children. I don't know about Shaw. You have anybody else? I want to leave anybody else that has children. But think about this. DJ Hemp, God forbid something were to happen to my child in a violent nature. A man did something to my child, or a group of men did something to our daughters. We become savages immediately. Somebody's going to die.
No. You would become violent.
It'll be uncontrolled. Because
no, it would be very controlled. So let me ask you a question: Are you going to go and target and destroy every man you come across?
No, I'll just take care of the family lineage.
That's control. Your attack is controlled. You have you have a targeted.
It's breaking down because it's allowed to be subjective conveniently, right?
Yeah.
So what you deem savage may or may not be, and therefore it kind of renders it what most people would perceive. If BMU in a hypothetical situation did the whole lineage dirty, he's a savage.
Yeah.
Ain't no right. That's what the majority of that's who your jury appeals like. That's how law is enforced.
Yeah.
What's reasonable for most people?
I would agree I would agree that that's savage. It's still targeted, right? But yeah, that is savage. I would not move that way.
Well, that's the thing.
So I have a question.
Yeah, you got the question. I just saying, when they shoot up the neighborhood barbecue, the target is everybody in that fucking crowd from that fucking neighborhood. They want to hit the nigga they want to hit, but they don't give a shit.
That's why I said it's savage.
Water it down too.
You still man in my point. That's exactly why I said that's savage.
But it's targeted. See, the target thing is what is subjective. But let me. I don't want to run it over.
I just want to ask the target is lost amongst the collateral damage. They did not come for everybody in the barbecue. They just don't care. That's what makes it savage. But if the person that they wanted to hit wasn't in that barbecue, they wouldn't be at that barbecue, which means that barbecue is not a target. They're unfortunate collateral damage, which is what makes it savage.
Casualties of war. Let me ask this question.
Right.
There was a shooting in Baltimore where a boy had a 9mm or something, and the police shot him when he was trying to remove the 9mm and put it out and put it on the ground and get on the ground. He shot him because he thought he was drawing the gun, which they proved that he didn't draw the gun. The year later, the police officer that shot his son, a year later, he went to the police officer's daughter's prom and shot her in the face in front of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Would you consider that savage?
Who did this?
A police officer shot a kid who had a 9mm gun, but he put it down. But the man, the man that he shot his daughter, the daddy of that boy that he shot, went to the police officer's daughter's prom and shot her in the head in front of everybody.
Yeah, that's savage.
That's savagery, yes. This is based on vengeance.
He waited a whole year.
Because what it is, the loss of control comes from being misguided. That's the whole point that I'm making.
I don't know if that's savage. That's an assassination.
I appreciate the discussion. I want a baseline for y'all how we got here, because I think that's what I was trying to figure out.
Go ahead, Sean. Yeah.
We got here because on Wednesday, Mr. Fantastic made a comment that said we looking like the savages they think we are. And I was offended by that comment because I know the historical context of calling black people savages. So that's why I said, that's why I thought you was referring to me, Aaron. Now I don't know. I appreciate the deep dive, but I don't know what.
So wait, no, that's a perfect example of what I'm saying.
Okay.
He said we're looking like the savages they say we are, which means we are currently out of control with our violence. Now you're saying historically they called us savages at a time we weren't. If anything, he's agreeing with you. He's saying they say we are, which should be an erroneous statement. But now we're doing nothing to prove him wrong. We're actually starting to prove him right. We're looking like what they say we are. We're proving them right, which comes with the presupposition that they were originally wrong. But see, the way you felt about that statement offended you away from the fact that our behavior could be, in fact, that we're being savages in the moment. That's the point that I'm making. That's a classroom example of it.
I got you. And I just think it was applied wrong. It was a guy that was trolling the situation. He wasn't acting like a savage, particularly the way y'all are trolling right now.
Well, then that's why I said the power of words and their definition is extremely important, even to the point where we have to jettison our own emotions when we're interpreting language. Because what you just said.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, I wasn't overly emotional about it. I just wanted to challenge his idea that they was being savages and also try to better understand why he used the term to describe a collective of people when it was one guy on a panel of 10 that was doing it.
I'm just addressing you so you felt offended. That's all.
I got you. I don't know.
And you feel what you want. I'm not trying to dictate your feelings, right? And I'm not trying to invalidate them. Make no mistake. Feel what you want. It's just when you're discerning and being judicious, try to remove as much emotion from that process as you possibly can, because at the end of the day, chances are it will steer you in the wrong direction. You will become misguided and therefore out of control, which is what savages do. They are enacting violence under the rule of their emotion.
Hey, can you do me a solid? Can you pull up a Google image of Aaron? You're gonna like this 223 round versus a 308 caliber.
Sure.
I help them about the slide team.
When we be having these conversations, y'all know I say this a lot. Let's see what we talking about,
bro.
Yep. Y'all take.
Hey, Sean.
All right. And if you can't find 308, you can do it next to 762.
Hold on.
Right.
Yeah.
So for everybody, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, a little bit rusty sometimes. Everybody, the 223 is what AR-15s typically shoot. The military version is the 5.56 NATO.
5.56 millimeter is a 223 is the standard measurement. 5.56 is metric. So it's just under a quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so same thing with the 308. That is a 308 caliber. That would be the military version of a 7.62.
Correct. So that's just over a third of an inch or 7.62 millimeters. Correct. And what you're looking at is the diameter of the back cross section of the round.
Yep. And now, Hamp, if you can, on the new tab, can you pull up a bolt action rifle? Just put 308 Winchester. Aaron, would that be suffice?
Yeah.
Now, while Hamp is pulling that up, everybody go to, if you're familiar or you're not familiar, go Google ammunition, right? Different stores like Range USA, everything's going to come up. And you're going to see just how many different, right, hollow points, high pressure, 308s, different caliber rounds there are for the same kind of ammunition. And then apply that to 45, apply that to the 223s. And now here we got a Winchester, or your typical standard bolt action.
Yeah, it's a 308 winning.
Means you shoot one round, you have to physically pull the bolt back to release the cartridge and put a new round in.
Right.
Well, they do have magazine-fed bolt-action rifles where there's a magazine well beneath the chamber.
Right.
But you
the
still
most common
between
ones
shots,
are,
you you have to manually eject the casing and reintroduce a new round. I mean, you don't have to insert the round by hand, but each round, once you discharge a round, the replacement of an empty casing with a charged one, yes, you have to manually do that.
Right. And Aaron, their typical bolt action rifle, again, just to reiterate, is not something anybody can just pick up and hit the first thing they see, right?
No, yes, they can.
Really?
Yeah.
From 200 meters out?
Yep. Here's what you need: a half hour of YouTube, a bore sight, one of those laser bore sight zeroing devices, and a scope. Because what it'll do is it'll say stand up.
About that, Aaron.
No, Google.
Can they pick up one and just?
No commenter can pick up a bolt action rifle and know what they're doing out the box.
Yes, here's why. Allow me to explain why.
So this is. Can you see it?
Yeah. Back up. Okay.
There you go. Right there.
So hold it down a little bit.
Yep.
There you go.
A whole bunch of polls going on right now.
Woo.
Right.
Yeah,
so
this is 7.62 and a 2.23.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So here's why it's possible. Number one, YouTube University will teach you just about anything except neurosurgery. Firing a weapon on YouTube, how to learn, The second thing you got to understand is that guy had nothing but time. He had concealment. So he could set up, he had time to take the shot, and he had a way to stabilize that weapon. He's not standing in a field. He's not sitting in the crouch position or in the kneeling. I'm sure he was in the prone and had that weapon steadied on something where he could take his time with the shot. The only thing he needed to make sure was that scope was zeroed to wherever that round is going to land at the distance of 200 yards, which you can do before you get there. You put a laser bore sight calibrating device in the bore of the weapon, and it'll say, if you want to zero this weapon to a certain scope at a certain distance, stand 100 feet away from this wall. Put the light on that wall and then zero the scope to match that light. You take that scope, as long as you don't jar the weapon, you take that scope out to a range and hit something at 200 yards, you're gonna keyhole the shot. And you can learn how to do all that on YouTube. It is very simple, especially if you have the time and finances to make it happen. You need time, finances, and Wi-Fi.
So everything you just described literally states that you cannot just pick up a bolt action rifle and fire it, hit a target the first go, unless you know what you're doing. Aaron, the reason why I bring up
what I'm doing is I'm being reasonable with the conversation, and I'm applying it to the context.
Aaron,
listen. I'm applying it to the context of the conversation, and I'm assuming that's where we're going with it. Yes, okay, you're correct. No one can just pick up a bolt action rifle and make that shot.
Aaron,
and how does that
for 4 minutes straight?
How does that help the conversation? That's the question. How does a statement help the conversation? What are we saying?
You were talking about
one of the things I
archetype.
was trying. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Truth. Aaron B. He's his words. He's Aspergery, and he think everybody else got Asperger's along with him.
No, that's not how that works. But
they literally remember all this shit linearly. Did it like?
Wow. All right. So how does this apply to the archetype? What you're saying?
Can Tarus talk, please?
So
I asked him a question.
So Aaron, what I was trying to condense it to before we got too far into the nitty gritty was that typically when you see some of these mass shootings, Aaron, one of the things that happen, like the Uvalde shooter, or I think maybe Parkland, is that these guys can pick up the rifle relatively on the spot and then go ahead and commit the shooting because they're just spraying and praying, for lack of a better term. You cannot do the same with a bolt action rifle. You cannot have zero experience ever shooting a bolt action rifle and expect to hit your target the first time. Think about it. Nobody with experience, with no experience, Aaron, knows to climb up to the roof, knows how to do zero. And what in the bigger picture, Aaron, is because guess what? That is what conservatives always say Black and more importantly, liberals don't understand. We don't know anything about guns. We don't know anything about the Second Amendment, right? We don't know anything about trigger squeeze and breathing control and sports and things like that. And so they're so quick. And so the broader point is the archetype, because they're so quick to try to blame leftists. But in order to shoot a bolt action rifle, the archetype that would be able to shoot from a distance that hard would have to be somebody most likely from a conservative era. Right. And so when we understand these archetypes, that was my bigger point, Aaron. When we understand these archetypes, it makes us better. And we understand the weapons, it makes us better to fight against these narratives. That way, they're not, again, trying to force down laws that are only going to try to enforce on Black and brown people. Because as you know, Aaron, these gun laws that they're going to come up with never applies to white people.
Oh, I don't agree with any of that.
All right. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, none of that makes sense.
Okay, explain why, Aaron, if you can.
Because the archetype of someone who gets galvanized to take that kind of a shot doesn't have anything to do with conservatism. There's a correlation, but it's not a causation.
There's
so people
right-wing conservatism, Christian nationalism, white supremacy, and the broader appeal, and they keep fitting the archetypes are damn near 99% of the time.
Well, what about the kids? I got a question. What about the kids at Columbine? You know how young those boys were? You know how well trained they were? They weren't taking random shots. They were trained. They were in the prone position on a ridge line in front of that school before they fired on it. They knew what they were doing.
And
the boys were 12
liberal.
years old. The boys were 12 years old. The fact of the matter is this: it doesn't matter whether they're liberal, conservative, or anything else. They were well trained.
That's the point that I'm making.
By their fathers. They were trained by their fathers to do that.
If you're galvanized enough by your convictions, then that's the archetype. End of story. And believe me, there are liberals who can and will be galvanized to take action effectively.
You keep saying there's going to be liberals, and while they're sprinkled, the reality is that the archetype fits a specific criteria 99% of the time. They're white, they're conservative, they're Christian, and they typically have white supremacist or white nationalist ideas. That is literally the archetype. So I really hate that we keep trying to deviate from that.
Well, wait. What archetype are we trying to define? Because you're telling me you're defining an archetype because you're getting
the ones that are
no, wait. Now see,
political violence.
Now I'm trying to.
Every time you look at political assassinations and violence, that is the archetype.
Tarus, I'm trying to exercise brevity here because I was caught not using it. I'm gonna need your help. I'm gonna need your help. Okay. You just define. You're talking about an archetype, and then you're telling me the definition of an archetype. You can't define an archetype that fits your narrative. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit.
But that's the narrative.
What's the difference between an archetype? What's the difference between an archetype and a stereotype?
Aaron, I did not come up with the archetype.
That's a question. I asked you a question. What's the difference between an archetype and a stereotype?
A stereotype is generalizations, and archetype is based on statistics and the foundation.
What's it? You went wonky.
Come on.
What's the difference between an archetype and a stereotype? What's the difference between an archetype and a stereotype?
Can we pull that up, please? Can we get some clarification? I want to have the definitions up, and the broader point is still. But let's bring up some clarifications, please.
I can't read. Can somebody read it? An archetype
is a universal, ideal character or story pattern that provides a deep, resonant framework, while a stereotype is a simplified, potentially harmful, overused, and often pejorative notion of a person or group, reducing them to a narrow, preconceived idea rather than a complex individual.
There you go. That's it. What I'm saying is there's an archetype that universally is someone that's going to enact violence politically. Is to make it an archetype would be universally someone, it doesn't matter, conservative or not, someone that is galvanized by their own convictions to enact violence. What you're doing is narrowing it down and stereotyping. That's the
Once
point that
again,
I'm making.
the universal ideal character, right? So those are characteristics that you have to meet to have the archetype.
Do you have to meet?
One of the consistent characteristics that the stats say, Aaron, not me, not anybody else, one of the consistent characteristics of the character is white, male, religious, conservative.
Do you have to meet those characteristics?
No, but it's universal,
Okay.
which means you can have some one-offs, but that's what it's universal.
What I'm saying, do you have to be someone galvanized by your convictions to enact violence?
It depends.
If you change anything in that definition, you no longer.
Can we Google that? Do you have to be galvanized in order to commit the act of violence?
No. I'm talking about to fit the archetype that you're talking about. The definition of what would define that archetype is someone who's galvanized by their convictions to enact violence. That is what a political mass shooter is. Political. They're convicted about something. Shooter, mass. They've enacted violence. Why did they enact that violence? Because they were moved to by their convictions.
Right.
Anything else is stereotyping.
Okay, so it's a stereotype to point out that the statistics say that right wingers are more prone to violence.
That doesn't mean, I'm not saying that stereotypes can't have a level of justification, but no, it's a stereotype, not an archetype.
We'll have to agree to disagree, sir.
Okay. I have a question, Aaron. When the FBI said that the most dangerous and violent man in America is a white man, what is that? Is that considered an archetype or?
I believe it's a stereotype.
What do you think, Tyrus?
That is an archetype.
Here's an archetype of the most dangerous man in America. You ready? You ready for the archetype of a most dangerous man in America?
Yeah.
He's got to be dangerous, and he's got to be a male, and he's got to be an American citizen. That's your archetype.
So no matter the color.
Universal.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making.
Tyrus, does it matter? Does color matter?
When it comes to political assassinations, the statistics say yes. For whatever reason, white conservative males are more prone to radicalization and political extremism.
Prone.
I don't really know what else to say.
Prone. When you say prone, that takes the universal.
That's what the statistics.
That takes the universal component and throws it out the window. When you say prone.
Oh, it seems like that's the universal archetype, especially straight white male.
No, universal would be an absolute, but prone is a probability.
All right, man. Then,
which is for stereotype. You can fit a stereotype, but an archetype is.
But a stereotype would make everybody a suspect, right?
No, the components of an archetype can't be changed. They're universal. They fit no matter what the case is. With a stereotype, you can fall into a minority or a majority. If you're in a majority, you fit the stereotype. If you're in a minority, you don't fit the stereotype.
Right,
but either way, that's not universal. It's not universal because there's a division.
Like it's all like as a collective, that is the most likely. Like there's a difference between saying the majority and saying universal. Universal means
that's the point I'm making.
One-offs and anomalies, bro. Like the one-off being the one black sniper we've had in America. I think that was 03 in DC. That was
what's the archetype of a sniper?
We're just
a person with a gun capable of making a shot at a distance. What?
All I did was describe the rifle that he had. He was still committing a political act of violence, right? But as universally, it is a straight white male, typically religious and right wing. I mean, bro, again, I'm not
All right, if
gonna-
that's if that's the case universally, then what happens when you introduce a black sniper?
a big Mufasa, real quick.
Does
A
he
right
fit the
winger
archetype?
just got shot by a guy raised by a right winger. Mufasa, they're releasing the information right now, bro. Please, don't take my word for it.
Where's Big Mufasa?
Up in the chat, like guys, they're releasing.
Oh, we can't. It's not paid. It's not super chat.
Oh yeah,
so,
okay, my bad, Aaron.
Yeah.
But
So no, but listen. So you're saying if universally if it's a white person, and then the moment you introduce a black person into the picture that does exactly what these other white people do, does he not fit that stereotype or the archetype?
No, he doesn't. That's why it's always a shock to the system every time we have a black shooter. Like
So he doesn't fit, right. So it's not. So he's not. So he's not universally.
That no, universal doesn't mean you can't. Again, what you just described is literally what I just told you, Aaron. That's a one-off, right? Like it's rare to have a black shooter, like a mass or political shooter, right? That's why it's always a big deal. Everybody's always surprised when you hear about a mass shooter and they're like, "Oh, it's a black dude." Everybody's surprised. Like Aaron, remember, everybody was shocked there was a woman mass shooter a few months ago. Everybody was like, "What? They do that?"
You know what's universally true about mass
you
shooters?
know why? But Aaron, nobody's ever shocked that it's a straight white male doing a mass shooting or political act of violence, are they?
Yes, because he didn't fit the stereotype.
They fit the universal archetype of those that would commit that.
Because they're shooters. That's the universal archetype. The universal archetype of mass shooters is that they shoot. The reason why it's a surprise when it's a black person or a woman, the reason why it's a surprise because it's a black woman or a woman, black man or a woman, is because they don't fit the stereotype. But they still fit the archetype of a mass shooter because they shoot.
Okay.
BMU, you look like you're watching a tennis match. Your head is going back and forth. You muted.
Oh yeah, I'm working, so I'm working and talking to y'all at the same time. Yeah.
Oh, all right, my bad.
No, you good, Eric? You good?
Yeah, but what do you brothers got in on? I mean, Mr. Creator, Eric Ingram, Auxiliary 4.
I mean, has it ever been a school shooting by a black shooter? Black man shooting like at a school or something?
How do you
like Columbine or something? Like, yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know.
Where the students were the target? You're not just talking about these fools.
No, I'm just talking about like what happened at Columbine. Like, have we ever had black shooters go into a school and just spray a school up? That's what I'm asking.
No, I think we've had BMU. I think in our history we might have had one. Typically, when it's black males in school shooting, it's more a shooting by a school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I know sometimes in some hoods you can't afford the bullets. So shit, we can't. How you gonna get over there and shoot some motherfucker? You can't afford to buy the bullets.
Damn.
It is what it is.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out.
But
Nice chopping up with you guys, man. Hit y'all up.
All right, Tarus, be safe, man.
All right, Therese, peace, man. But then, of course, I got an opinion. You'll tell me if I'm off or not. But I think that the archetype is built on social engineering at a small scale, going up to a large scale. Dealing with families, with fathers who teach their sons and their daughters how to shoot so they can manage to do those type of shootings that they do.
Oh yeah. You can probably shape the archetype of a person. I will agree with that. And social engineering is probably a culprit of shaping archetypes of people. Sure. I guess that would be a nurture versus nature debate, and that would be nurture influencing who you become or who you are. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because me myself, I have a problem with the nature versus nurture narrative. or debate, because I tend to think that it's both, especially when you're talking about building an archetype. Okay,
Yeah.
because that little boy or that little girl was taught by dad or dad and mom how to shoot at a young age. Okay, when they teaching them how to shoot, okay, they're not telling, then they're not typically training them to shoot to become mass shooters, but they are teaching them to shoot so that they are proficient in that skill.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And therefore, that's why I say social engineering on a small scale, on the most basic unit throughout the world, the nuclear family, mother, father, and child.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the world around you can definitely influence your decision to teach your child to shoot, and then you got to ask the question, what are you going to end up shooting at? So yeah, I mean, all that can be influenced by social engineering. I would agree.
Of course, when they get older, or in the case of Columbine, those boys were young. They didn't go into the school. They shot from a ridge line above the school, and they fired down into the school. They knew what they were doing. They were prepared to. In other words, they were prepared. Their parents didn't expect them to do that, but they were prepared. And
Yeah.
what they did was they went off their parents' script. The parents were teaching them to shoot,
Right.
so they're proficient in the skill, and they decided to use that skill to kill up some kids in the school. You
Yeah,
know?
I would agree. The conviction changed. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up,
But the
phone?
point
I
of the
didn't know that
matter,
was you. What?
but
What happened?
no, I'm not. No, I was just saying that the point of the matter is this: you got to be trained in the skill before you can commit the act.
Yeah. You gotta have an idea of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. But I mean, that's could be said with anything. Walking, you gotta be trained to walk.
Well, yeah. Well, that's true too. But this is why I have a problem with the nature and nurture debate or narrative. Okay, you have to nurture your children, right? You gotta feed them, right? You gotta feed them, you gotta clothe them, and then when they're big enough, you think they're big enough and strong enough to learn how to fire their first small scale weapon, okay, then you take them out there and you train them, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So you got to do both. It's not either
yeah.
or, it's both.
Right. No, I agree. I definitely
But
agree.
one of the things because I was in training when I was doing my shooting, I wish Trigger Mike was still here. We talked about this in the past. It was, but when I was doing my tactical training and learned how to shoot and doing all this stuff during those periods in my 20s, I'm 40 now. I saw a lot of kids out there, man, not like us. And I'm thinking about what I used to hear mom say. I don't want my son around no gun. My son in number 10. Ma'am, there are
Yeah.
white little boys at 7 years old shooting. I mean, what are we
Yeah,
talking about? They're being
Yeah.
gifted 22 rifles when they're 6.
yeah,
Yeah. And this is why I refer to Plato, the Republic, because the ancient Greeks did that shit. They
Yeah.
trained the women and the men, and the men, the women, and the children, the skills they needed to be guardians of the state.
what fucks me up is people usually, I find anyway, and I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But what fucks me up is people that usually champion tons and tons of restrictive gun control are the same people that don't own firearms, never want to, never will. How can you,
Yeah.
the best way to learn gun control is to learn how to control it. You own it. You know what I mean? Firearm safety, learning how to be a
Yep.
proficient marksman. That's the best way to learn
Yep.
gun control is to own one and control it. You
Yep.
Yep.
know what I mean? So
Be
that's
efficient
crazy.
in that skill,
You
just as
know?
you would do if you went into the military. The same shit, right?
Right.
It's called drill, right?
Yes.
You practice over and over again. The more you
Right.
practice, the more proficient you become.
Right.
Now, as far as what your ideology is, and as you were saying, Eric, your convictions, the convictions can change. And
That's
those
right.
boys at Columbine, proved that.
Right. Right. Exactly. And I think a lot of times convictions is kind of what drives the stereotype. Or at least that's where most of the connections going to be made, is your convictions come from who you are in society, and then that's what drives the stereotype component. But you know what I mean? Whereas the archetype component
Yeah.
I just identifies you in the group of people that take the same action as you did for the same reason, right?
Now,
Your
now,
conviction.
gents, imagine this. Imagine all those gang members in the hood.
Right.
Imagine if they were actually taken to a range and taught how to use those weapons properly.
Yeah, you'd have some pretty serious operators, that's for sure, man.
Yeah, and I mean, and when they use that skill with the conviction of defense, not offense,
Yeah.
not willy nilly, but in defense of your own community of people, your own social group of people against potential adversaries.
Yeah, no, yeah. When you're not misguided, and that's I think what people would suggest started the Black Panther idea, right? And
Yeah,
how old are you, Mr. Ingram, if I may ask?
I'm 62.
All right, so yeah, my folks are 75, and you were right there in that era, so you understand what I'm saying. That's kind of what that
Yeah,
ends up looking like, and what should look like is when you take
yeah,
the galvanization and mix it with training in a way that's pointed in a morally just direction, then that's the
right.
result. But it's just once you take morality out of it, or once you apply misguided convictions to it, that's when you lose control. That's when the shit gets real savage. Whether you're trained or not, what you're willing to do is going to have consequences that don't deserve to exist.
And especially when you're doing it to your own.
There you go. That's the part that really I think is the crux of the conversation. Even in this case, is the fact that when that happens, we got to be just as passionate about that as we are about them doing it to us. Because I expect them to do it to us. I don't expect
Right.
my brother to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Check.
Check is good.
Check is good.
Yes, sir.
Hey man, I appreciate y'all. That rabbit hole wasn't the worst of rabbit holes.
Right.
You know. You know, and
oh shit.
One thing I take, how you say, I appreciate from my Southern brothers is the fact that you guys aptitude in like guns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because up north we just don't have the same like access or wonder, or you know what I mean? But like,
yeah,
you know, as I learn how to hunt, I'm, you know, learning from, you know, Black people, brown, you know what I mean? Like it's being in Texas, you know, those opportunities exist.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know what? May I mention one old song real quick, okay? Give a man a fish he eats for.
Give a man a fish he eats for a day, but if you teach him how to fish, he can eat for a lifetime. I'll finish it for you, brother.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. So yeah, I see you setting up to spin the wheels of steel with with MC Tokyo 4.
Yeah. I got one
I'm
good
sitting
hour
here.
in me, man.
Word, make it a good one. I'm about
That's
to
what she
park this
said.
car and go upstairs. Yeah, right. Yep. What up, fo?
Hey, what's up? What's up, big homie? How you?
All right, good.
How the family? How everybody doing?
Doing well, man. We still alive, thankfully.
You know it. Salute. Salute to BMU and Creator in the building, man. Salute to both of y'all, man.
What's going on, folks, man? What's going on with you, bro? Good to see you, man.
God bless, man. Good show, man. Good shit.
Same to you, brother.
For sure.
All right, gents, I'm out, man. I'll be listening from the clouds, man. Park this car and get in the house.
Y'all be good, man. Hey, thank you,
Good
DJ,
job,
man.
y'all.
Hey man, yo man, BMU, I love you, man. It's good to see you for sure, man.
Yeah, bro. Hey,